Good morning, commissioners, county manager, staff, as well as the public. It is 9 a.m. on Monday, April 5th, and we are now live on YouTube. We can go ahead and get started with today's meeting.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, everyone. Today, April 5th, 2021. This is our work session, Durham County Board of County Commissioners work session. And I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be observed, to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. During this portion of the meeting, citizens were asked to share comments via email to our clerk, and I'll ask the clerk, Monica Toomer, if there are any comments received at this time. If you'd like to read those.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Howerton, good morning. We did receive 2 citizen comments, and I will read those. We did receive 1 additional comment that came in after the 12 p.m. deadline, and that will be shared with the commissioners, staff, as well as placed on the website for the public. I will read 3 minutes of each comment, and any additional will be again forwarded to everyone for you guys to read as well. The first comment comes from Larry Crane. For the official record, I write to support the continued employment of Wendell Davis by Durham County. He has a proven record of competence and fairness, showing he represents all citizens of Durham and not a small political fraction. His professional leadership and management has been instrumental in Durham's development. If his contract is not renewed, it will send a message to businesses that either want to relocate or expand here that our county is not fiscally stable. Businesses rely on stability for forward strategic thinking. It is Davis's very fiscal conservatism that has allowed Durham to move forward on major projects benefiting the community. The reason that Durham is one of the top-rated counties in North Carolina for management and fiscal responsibility, reflected in our AAA bond rating, is solely due to the continuum of institutional knowledge in county management. If the county budget was not well managed, we would not be able to sell bonds at ultra low rates. For example, we had the foresight to borrow money when rates were low 10 years ago, allowing the county to put together a deal to build hundreds of affordable apartments on East Main Street, a project with which some commissioners may be familiar. For those of us who support similar projects, this is essential for the community, for the entire community. We need this to establish housing and jobs for Durham. The People's Alliance, in support of 3 commissioners, has publicized the position that the county should hire a manager that aligns with their progressive views. I am a progressive and view that statement as highly unethical and undemocratic. What if leaders with a different political point were elected in the future? Would the board consider the election of a conservative or racist justify the patronage firing of of whoever held the chief administrative position of the county or city? This logical reversal shows the paucity of the PA position logic. In fact, if Mr. Davis did not practice fiscal responsibility and advise the elected officials about his position on their politics, he would not be doing his job in representing all citizens of the county. This is part of his job. The review of any national description of a job would underline the necessary tensions between professional administrators who have been highly trained for the position and the elected amateurs who provide oversight and direction. The county manager is the professional trained to manage, communicate, and budget. The commissioners are amateur elected to provide oversight and suggested direction. They are to work in tandem, combining their skill set. The issue of race has been interjected into the decision-making. The commissioners need to understand racial and ethical views can cloud proper thinking. The majority of the Black community that I'm friends with deplores the firing of a competent Black man due to racial misunderstandings and due to the normal tension expected with the county manager job. That, well, we do have there is one more sentence, if I have permission to read that. It reads, not reviewing his contract will strain the current commissioners and the People's Alliance that support them in future elections. I urge the commissioners to renew his contract. That concludes the comment of Mr. Larry Crane. The second comment that was received, it came from Anthony Jones, and it is a letter from the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. The letter read, on March 8th, 2020, during the Board of County Commissioners meeting, the Durham residents once again observed the dysfunctional plaguing this governing body, as mentioned in the August 2020 Coleman report. The blatant disrespect shown to the county attorney and the potential county consultant during that meeting was disheartening, embarrassing, and a poor reflection of Durham. Moreover, the community witnessed firsthand how certain county commissioners treat Black county staff and a Black consultant seeking to provide much needed individualized services to the members of the Board of County Commissioners. This treatment is eerily similar to the examples listed in the aforementioned Coleman report, which details how county staff members attribute such behavior to racial bias. We stand in solidarity with the Durham County employees that have voiced concerns over mistreatment by certain commissioners. It is our fundamental belief that no employee should be subject to a toxic work environment. Furthermore, it is time to stop disrespecting and gaslighting Black county employees for political appeasement. The continued normalization of consistent behavior displayed by members of this governing body is a threat to the functioning of our community and impedes progress as we collectively seek to tackle issues related to racial injustice, crime, homelessness, poverty, and the rapid displacement of Durham residents via poorly constructed policies. A key function of government is to recognize the benefit of compromising for the greater good of the community. That compromise, however, should not be associated with one's willingness to, cannot pronounce his name, acquiesce or submit to a particular political ideology.
Acquiesce, perhaps.
Thank you. Instead, it should be based on recognizing the value of all voices and the willingness to work together for the public good. We cannot celebrate diversity and representation while simultaneously evaluating diversity in thought. Again, we emphasize certain commissioners insulting the intellectual capacity and integrity of Black professionals during your March 8th board meeting was disturbing and unacceptable. It is our goal as a community to assist this board in determining a pathway forward. This must be a pathway that embraces anti-racist values, accountability, integrity, and community cohesion. To facilitate this work, our organization has developed the following asks for this governing body. One, we ask again that Commissioner Heidi Carter is recused from any discussion pertaining to the renegotiation of County Manager Wendell Davis' contract. Two, we request a public verbal and written apology from Commissioner Jacobs, Carter, and Alam to members of the Robert Bob staff. And three, finally, we request that commissioners refrain from utilizing obstructionist tactics to further prevent this board from receiving training by a qualified third party. We hope that you will find a way to work together for the good of all Durham County residents while remaining respectful of county staff who support your work. Again, the letter was not read in its entirety. However, it will be shared with the commissioners, staff, and it will be added to our county website with the citizen comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. We appreciate you doing that. And you know, we have all had a great holiday, I hope, from restfulness. And Now we are going to dig into our consent agenda. Commissioners, we have 14 consent items on the agenda. And at this time, I'd like to ask the manager if he will read each item and allow the board to ask questions or concerns that they may have. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Our first item on the consent agenda is item 180. It's a intergovernmental agreement with the United States Marshal Service and the Durham County Sheriff's Office. I would like to ask if there are any questions regarding this particular matter. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I have a lot of questions about this. It was a little confusing to me because there was a study that was done by Mike Murphy that we received information about how much the daily cost actually was, but then there was other information, I guess, also about the cost. And so I'm a little confused because I guess in Mike Murphy's study, he said that the cost when you put in everything, the staffing and medical care, food, was $199.55 a day. And so now we're going to get $100 a day. But then there was a comment that said, well, you need to account for food and uniforms and some other supplies, which is $560 a day. So, but at the end, it said the conclusion was in one part of the information we got, it seemed to be saying, you know, this is a great deal, $100 a day. But in another part, it seemed to be saying we're still going to be coming out with, you know, basically $99.55 a day not being covered. I just found it a little confusing. Was one issue about it, and I didn't understand. It didn't seem like we were accounting for the medical expenses with saying that only the food and supplies were missing. I don't know. So if we could get some clarification, I guess, about what the actual cost is per day for these federal detainees. And then the other question I have is just what is the real impact going to be? Because it seems like this policy is up to 60 detainees. If you could, that could be clarified. But now with the Biden administration not having contracts with private facilities, you know, what will be the impact to us? Because we're trying to actually decrease our jail population. And I guess I'm a little concerned where we may be headed with taking on more federal detainees. So anyway, somebody could just explain some of these different costs. And when I looked at the revenue and the expenditures, it still seemed like there was some pretty big gaps that we were looking at overall. I'll just stop there because I'm confused about a number of these things.
Vice Chair Jacobs, this is Butch Hinton over the Sheriff's Office. In attempting to clarify some of these issues that you're having with this, the basic rate that Mr. Murphy calculated was $199.55 per day per inmate. That was based on everything, including all the expenses incurred, all the contracts. It even included an allocation of administrative expenses from the Sheriff's Office and the CAP plan for depreciation and things like that. That's how he came up with that figure. Now, when we take a look at it, this additional $199.55 we're not recognizing the federal inmates in that particular calculation. Because number one, they are just primarily dropped off here. What we truly provide for them are uniforms, food, and let's see, what's the other?
Supplies.
And supplies, in essence. Those amounts are actually contracted out once a year. So there will not be a true impact other than it calculated out to $5.06 a day per inmate for the actual federal detainees. Now, do you understand?
Can I ask one thing though? But we do, the contract said we do provide medical care. So that for the, right? I mean, that's what it said.
Yes, we do provide medical care, but anything outside of just normal medical care is 100% reimbursed by the marshal's office.
Right, but there's going to be an expense for medical care outside of the $5.60.
Okay, and
Okay.
we did not use that in that particular calculation. We could take a look at that and see if it's material. But spread out over 429 detainees divided by the contract price, which is the basis for all these calculations. Give me a second to pull this. Well,
Good morning,
Sheriff.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. While Butch is pulling those additional numbers, let me just say it's really good to be with you all this morning, and I'm going to take an opportunity or attempt to address some of Commissioner Jacobs' concerns. Number one, we're not private, so we're not going to be impacted by President Biden's decision to not enter into contracts with private facilities. Number two, we have set a cap on the number of federal detainees that I'm willing to house for the federal marshals. We negotiated that because we understand what our capacity is. So should we go beyond 60, that would require us to renegotiate the count. Our daily population right now is low. For a number of reasons, certainly because we've tried to work with the DA's office, the public defender's office, and others to keep our population low during COVID. So right now we're able to manage the additional 49 federal inmates that we have today quite easy, for lack of a better term, along with our other inmates. So that's not going to be a problem moving forward. Number two, as it relates to the numbers and the dollar amount that Butch has tried to explain, this contract had not been renegotiated since 2005, where we were receiving $52 per day. The fact that we were able to get it up to $100 a day, based on a real calculation, as Butch has indicated, any extraordinary medical cost are 100% reimbursable. Now, I'm not going to reimburse, I'm not going to ask for reimbursement for an aspirin or a Band-Aid or have someone's temperature checked, or, things like that. But if anyone has to go to the hospital, or if there's a extraordinary need for medical care, that will be reimbursed by the federal marshals. We also have negotiated transportation. So anytime these individuals need to go to the hospital, need to go to federal court, need to go to another facility for whatever reason, those costs are 100% reimbursable. So the federal government and I have really, along with my team, negotiated what I consider to be a fair price for what we are providing for them at this time. Butch, you have those numbers yet?
Yes, sir, I do. And it comes out to $5.86 per inmate per year.
So that's as close to a true cost that for us, Commissioner Jacobs and others, and thus that's how we have negotiated this contract. And right now, we're on track to net for the Durham County Sheriff's Office a little over $1.5 million in revenue, that those funds can then be used to continue some of the great programs and services that we have inside the facility, and expand on some of the projects that we put on hold. Again, trying to be good stewards of the county's resources, we see this as an opportunity for us to do that.
Okay, well, thank you for the additional information, and I appreciate that you all, I mean, it's a huge improvement from what the rate was before. Absolutely. I'm sorry, I've got the sun shining on me here. But yeah, it would be great if we could, because there were just a lot of different numbers in the information that we got at the end of the year, fiscal year, if we could get kind of an overview of where we're really at with the actual expenditures and revenues, because when I was trying to add things up, it just didn't, it looked like it was still a pretty big loss for the county. And I guess my concern is just us not getting to a point where we're taking in a lot of people, because we are trying to reduce our costs in the detention center and reduce our occupancy there. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your confusion is about the numbers. Butch, if you can offer a little more clarification, we're certainly willing to answer those questions and go back to the marshals and talk and work with county finance as we have. And once again, the cap on the federal marshals or the federal inmates in our house is 60. We're not going to go over 60. Our daily population right now is hovering around 350. Our capacity in our facility is over 700. So we're in pretty good shape as far as space goes, and our staff is able to handle it without it being too much of an additional burden.
So, Sheriff Burkhead, I, commissioners, I had a long conversation with the sheriff last night about this item, and asked my questions, and I didn't see where we're going. It's a plus for the sheriff department. I did not see anywhere that it's going to harm our finances at all. It's a plus for the sheriff department. So I got my questions answered last night.
Could I also jump in,
Commissioner Burns, and then I think did you want your
Commissioner
hang on just a second, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Did you want your staff person to say something else, and then I think Commissioner Burns raised her hand, and then I'll get back to you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Butch, if you have any additional information about the finances, please provide that now. If not, we'll take questions from other commissioners.
Commissioner Burns.
I just wanted to, we never get to see Sheriff Burkhead. I don't know why. So one, thank you for being here this morning. The same, I can see Major Bazemore and Mr. Hinton. I appreciate it. Good, strong brothers. And I didn't have any confusion in your numbers. And I did take the time to reach out to your general counsel to get some of my questions answered. I know that she's not here this morning. I also wanted to alert the public, since we're doing this inquiry. I appreciate the fact that we did take in some of the detainees, because it was my understanding from your general counsel that we did that in an effort to keep certain people close to their families during the holidays and during COVID. So as much as we want to sit here and make this a quantitative argument, there's a qualitative need as to why we kept so many detainees here, as opposed to shipping somebody all the way to Michigan or shipping them all the way to California. We found a fiscally responsible way to keep people with their families. And I think that needs to be uplifted and highlighted here. And I thank you for doing that, Sheriff Burkhead. I thank your team for finding space for it. And I thank your team for finding a reimbursable way to get it executed. So, and I did know that number was at 40 or 60. And I've looked over this whole thing, and I just appreciate the numbers and the plans. And I would also assert this. People do studies all the time. but it is the individuals that sit there and do the daily work that have the best mathematical equations, because they know what they have to pay for each day. So just know that for me, I didn't have an issue with the numbers. And I hope that the public can see that you all did make a best faith effort to not only pay for this, but to keep people with families during a very tumultuous time.
Commissioner
Thank you for
Jacobs.
those comments, Commissioner Burns. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the numbers I'm just referring to, it's in the data that we have, which was that the daily federal inmate cost was $290.71 a day. And that, you know, and then when I added up the cost for the transportation and housing, it was, you know, 1.669,500,000, and that our revenue would be a little over $1 million. So those are the numbers that I'm referring to. And that's why I said it's confusing, because it's a lot of information that's provided, which is great, but it's contradictory. And so that's my confusion. And I did look at, and I'm quoting from what was in the information that we got, but I understand that from what Butch is saying, that the study may have used different criteria. So all I'm asking is that, you know, at the end of the fiscal year, we just get an overview that's just based on our numbers. Thank you so much.
Anything else for you, Sheriff Burkhead? Okay.
No, unless there are any other questions. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with the board, and look forward for your approval so we can move forward. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate the work that you're doing, and to take care of inmates of people too, and they have families too. And we appreciate the work that you're doing to take care of them, and looking at our fiscal accountability as well. So we thank you. So if there are no other questions, we can move on with County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to go to the second item, which is item 191, and the sheriff gets to stay with us a little bit longer. Item 191 is a capital project amendment where we are appropriating just over $1 million in the debt service fund balance, and transferring that to PAYGO to fund the first 2 years of the county's county sheriff's department body-worn camera project. And we're also in this amendment moving $124,460 from the general fund to support this project as well. Is there any questions from members of the board? Commissioner Jacobs.
Questions, Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. And Sheriff, so I'll just ask you directly. Thank you. So it's great to see you all moving forward with this. I know this has been a priority of yours. And I just wanted to get clarification. What, how will it work with the numbers? Will they be rotated like the body worn cameras? How will that work? Because obviously that's not enough for everybody. Could you just tell us a little bit how that will work?
Yes, and I also have additional staff members with me this morning that could answer specific questions should there be any. But you're absolutely right. That's not enough. We'll do this on a rotation or their share. The body worn camera, just like we used to do radios way back when I first got into law enforcement. We'd pass a radio around because we didn't have enough radios. It is difficult for me to sit here and say we don't have body worn cameras. This has been a priority since the day I walked in this office, and I was appalled that we did not have them here. In this day of transparency and accountability and the things that are going on, not just in Michigan or Wisconsin or Detroit or California or Canton, Ohio, but right here in Durham, this gives us an extreme greater level of transparency. And I wish we could have enough dollars to give every single deputy, transportation officer, court officer, and detention officer, because sometimes we don't always tell you what goes on in the detention center. There's a lot that goes on that a camera would certainly add another level of safety and transparency to what we do and how we take care of our inmates and some of the issues that we deal with. But no, this proposal that you have before you does not give every single member of the sheriff's office that needs a body-worn camera that device at this time. I'm hopeful that as we move forward, I'll be able to expand it certainly to the courts and to the detention center.
Right, and I guess that's the same as well as for the cars as well.
It's a different type system in the cars. Our cars are dash cam systems. They do communicate. And once again, when we have the resources, I'd like to expand that as well, because right now we do have them in the traffic units, the patrol units, but there are other units that are not equipped with a camera. And again, it goes to the safety issue and certainly the transparency issue of how we operate the sheriff's office.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. And I was also just wondering, is there, do you have already created kind of rules and procedures and guidelines about how the information on the cameras will be used, or where could we find that information about, what is public or not, or, just the rules about that information governing that, and how long is it kept, those types of things.
We do have a internal policy, and I'm required to have an internal policy for body-worn cameras, video, and anything with evidentiary value. That's an in-house policy. All of those records and images will be subject to the Public Information Act. Some of them will be able to be released. Most will not be able to be released. So we're going to follow what is currently state law here in North Carolina as it relates to those images and on those devices. As far as storage, let me invite Mr. Ritter, who is our IT director, to give you about 90 seconds of high-level IT information as it relates to storage and the capturing of these images. Mr. Ritter, 90 seconds.
Sir, I think you're on mute.
Sorry.
There you go. There you
Good
go.
morning. I was trying to follow the sheriff's orders and give you 90 seconds real quick. So,
Yes.
but just to hit real quick, Commissioner Jacobs, on the numbers, yes, those are short, but our plan is to do a two-phased approach with this. So we'll add 138 in this first phase and second phase. Hopefully that it will be approved. It will be a little bit less cost, but we'll add another 120. So we're looking at about 252 total body-worn cameras. We'll go up to 116 of the end cards, and that will be for transport as well as guys on patrol. And we talk about storage, depends on the offense or why it was recorded, depends on how long these videos will be stored. Some will only be there for 90 days, others up to forever. So it just really depends on exactly what the offense is and why it was recorded.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Howard, I don't want to.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to throw out there, as we're talking about this conversation and somehow making it a fiscal one, we also have to talk about the cost of that storage, right? We can't, Sheriff Burkhead, I do appreciate the fact that since I've read about you or known of you, this has been a passion of yours to get these things updated for the public, to get the cameras updated for the public. And I just hate that it's taking this long for it to be appropriated appropriately to you. Wake County, if I'm not mistaken, and Vince or Sheriff Burkhead can correct me on this, last year to even store this data, they used either a terabyte or a tetrabyte. Now we know what megabytes are, we know what gigabytes are, and then you have to deal with a tetrabyte and the cost to store that, to cool that, to keep that where it is not damaged, so that we can use it in court cases and trials, especially since, to your point, Sheriff Burkhead, many of the guidelines for how you keep things are set by state statute. You are not allowed to make those rules up. No one in your office is allowed to make up those rules. And so if the more stuff that we purchase, I just want the commissioners to be mindful. I am excited about the fact that we can capture these things for the public, but recognize to store them, keep them, and cool them comes at an extremely high cost. So while we celebrate this, let's also recognize that we need to put things around the sheriff's department, around the whoever, even if our own public safety folks, if they're going to have this equipment, they're also going to need the funding to make sure they can keep it. So in 2 years, when somebody needs it at the courthouse, we have done our due diligence and we've kept it safe, and no criminal gets off because we couldn't keep it. But I just want to there's a cost associated with this equipment, an external cost that we're not talking about today.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Burkhead, anything else for you?
No, unless there are other questions. I was just going to thank Commissioner Burns for those comments, and she's absolutely correct. The cost and the expense of storing these images is incredible. And again, we're trying to follow state law, which we will, and make sure we keep those images that really could be kept in perpetuity, keep them safe, and it will have an ongoing cost. So she is absolutely correct. And again, it is exciting to get to this point. I will be very excited the day that I can announce that every deputy on the streets of Durham County now has a body-worn camera, and hopefully that will give the public some comfort in knowing that we are doing everything we can do to serve them and to be transparent and look out for their interests and really do a professional job of providing law enforcement services here. And this is a tool that will help us do that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this today.
Oh, sure, Burkett. I too want to just say that, this conversation has been going on for quite some time. I've been on the board as long as that conversation has been occurring, and I am happy to see that it's coming to us. And on the consent agenda, that we need to go ahead and make this happen, because it's to keep the community safe and also keep the officers safe. So it tells the story. So I am glad to see this, and I will be, like you, happy to see when everyone has the body cameras, all of your officers. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Manager, we'll move on.
Sheriff, you got one last item here, 206, which is simply a budget ordinance amendment, and this is to recognize $55,174.36 in grant funding from Alliance Health to the Sheriff's Department for the medication-assisted treatment. Are there any questions? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I guess I don't know if you can answer this, Sheriff, or maybe more for Alliance. And I don't know if anyone from Alliance is with us now. Okay. Oh, well, there's Major Bazemore. Of course, your Alliance, you're everything. You're NAMI, your Alliance, you're the Office of the Sheriff. So when I looked at the grant, I was a little confused because it said that it was $268,000 for the detention center pilot. And this MOU is only for like $55,000. plus, so, and that, and the MOU, the MOA, I guess, was signed back in December. So did we get all of the money from Alliance? Did that all go towards the detention center anyway, even though this is only for a piece of that?
Good morning. What happened was we actually have 2 employees working off those grant funds, and
Okay.
Alliance Health contracted through Durham Recovery Response Center for those 2 employees, and what we are asking for today. So that's how the money is allocated. And we do have Dr. Johnson online also.
Okay, great. So we did get all that money then. That's great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
No, I just want
Commissioner
to thank the sheriff and Major Bazemore and everybody for the groundbreaking MAT program that we'll hear more about later on today, and all the partnership around it. And thank you to Alliance for this grant.
Commissioner Carter.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So I won't repeat it. But thanks so much. I agree that it's really noteworthy that it's our detention center that's doing this medically assisted treatment program, and I'm really proud of that and just want to commend everyone for that.
Thank you. Did I see your hand, Commissioner Alam? Okay. We can move on, please. Burkhead, I'm sorry, Burkhead, go ahead.
No, I just want to really echo just a bit of what was said. The work that we're doing in the Durham County Detention Center is phenomenal, to have an MAT program, and we cannot do these extraordinary efforts and offer these programs without the great partnership that we have with Alliance and with Duke and Recovery Innovations, and just the folks that have rallied with us to make this happen are truly servant leaders. And I appreciate everything they do. And I know hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from them a bit later today. I know they are online, and the work that we do would not be possible without them. So I just wanted to acknowledge how much I appreciate them and their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Burkhead. Okay. Mr. Manager, we can move on.
Item 207 is a capital project amendment transferring $100,000 of 2016 general obligation bond funds from DPS from the DSA boiler replacement project to the security vestibule project to complete that project. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we will move to item 209, which is a capital project amendment creating the Sheriff's IT Lifecycle Replacement Capital Project for the Durham County Sheriff's Office to provide $3.3 million for fiscal years utilizing future issuance of bank financing. Are there any questions there? Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Maybe this is a question for Keith, but I just have a question about that we're approving, almost $4 million now over what's going to be it's not going to be allocated all this year. It's going to be over 4 years. Do we normally do that? I just didn't recall this way of funding this. And can we get a little clarification on that?
Normally, Commissioner, good morning, Commissioners.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, normally we do bank financings at the beginning of the process and dole out that money over 2, 3, or 4 years. The payback on a bank financing loan for equipment like this is normally 4 years period. This is not like a 20-year loan because the life cycle of the equipment is only 4 to 5 years. So that's how we normally do it.
Okay.
There is a little difference for this year, just for Commissioner's edification. We just had a meeting with General Manager Claudia Hager and the CFO Susan Tizai last week, and actually we're going to spend a little bit money up front on this. And then we're going to do a bank loan for the first 2 years amount in the second year, and then do another bank loan after 2 years to sort of get to your point. We tend to have a philosophy here in the county. We prefer to spend the money and acquire the goods or services, in this case goods, before we take on the loan. So it's a slight change up, but to answer your question in general, this is not new. This is normally how we do business as it relates to bank financings, which are different than LOBs and GO bond financings, which are long-term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Howard, I also want to point out that when Sheriff Burkhead arrived at that office, he had the oldest in the county, from my understanding. Perhaps somebody else has some older ones. It's kind of like when Kamala Harris went to California when she became AG, and there were no printers and there were no fax machines. And so I'm excited that he is getting the equipment that he needs, again, so that we can provide the public with the information they need. I did not see issue because, again, loans are done out over multiple years. So I didn't share the concern that they have, but I would be remiss, and I would not be right in the woman that I was, to say, while I can appreciate these inquiries, Sheriff Burkhead, I appreciate you and Vincent and Major Bazemore and Mr. Hinton being here. And I know you have another presentation to do, but I'm heartbroken that every single item on this agenda you have been questioned by. And I just want you to know I did do my due diligence and reach out to some of your staffers beforehand. And I want the public to know that I'm only sitting here quiet because I don't have any problems with any of this math. And so you never come to us. You never come to us half stepping. I see everything that I need in this report. And I just hate that on this day in this virtual chambers that you have been questioned. And I don't need anybody to talk after me about every single solitary item you have on this agenda. So I apologize to you because that should not have happened. And I don't need anybody to clarify anything for me. And that especially includes you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Commissioner Burns, I was not questioning Sheriff Burkhead. I was questioning
every item on this agenda you have stopped.
And I will continue to raise questions. That's my job as an elected official, to ask questions.
But we could have done it beforehand, like the rest of us did, like everybody else did. Why didn't you do it when we did it?
Excuse me. I asked no, I'm going to respond. I was just personally attacked, and I'm going to respond. No, I asked our budget director about how we were financing it. I didn't question.
Wendy, decorum means you two. If you can't, we will ask you to leave the meeting. If you can't be in decorum.
Well, you can apply that to all members of our board. Thank you.
I will. I will. So not only are we commissioners, we are ladies. And we need to respect and be that. Comments, please raise your hand and allow me to recognize you. Thank you. Let's, Mr. Manager, if we can move on.
Madam Chair, item 212 is a contract amendment for recovery innovations for the telemental health services at the detention center. Are there any questions there? Seeing none, we will move to item 214. Item 214 is a request refund of payment of excise tax from Wyatt, Early, Harris, and Wheeler in the amount of $357. Are there any questions there? Seeing none, we will go to item 217, which is the Utility Vision Collection System Schedule and Emergency Repair Contract Amendment with Carolina Civil Works Incorporated. Are there any questions there? Item 218 is a request refund of payment of excise taxes Are there any questions on that particular item? Seeing none, we will move to item 220, which is a contract award for the detention center cooler freezer restoration to Hobart Service. Are there questions there? Item 223 is a laboratory service contract amendment with Meritech in the amount of $95,000. Are there any questions there? Item 225 is a approval of a budget ordinance amendment for $260,000 for our risk management fund balance to cover unplanned COVID-19 and workers' compensation related expenses. Are there any questions there?
Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you. My question about this was just what is our overall fund balance for the risk management fund? And is this something that could eventually be covered by FEMA or anything like that? Any of the funds that, you know, are helping with COVID related expenses?
I think Janelle Owens is here this morning to respond to that. Our risk manager. Janelle?
Mr. Manager, I do not see Janelle on the call.
Okay.
It's Claudia.
Hi, good morning. I wanted to clarify all COVID-related expenses. We will vet to determine if it can be reimbursed by FEMA, or as we get more guidance for dollars that are eligible for use from the American Rescue Act, we will apply it there. And so we are anxiously awaiting, like you, more guidelines from that. But our intent is to reimburse dollars as we can. And
we will get Janelle to pull the numbers in respect to the risk management fund balance, since she's not here this morning, and get back to you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Mr. Manager, with respect, I've looked at the numbers in the CAFR, and it appears to be around a $9.1 million fund balance in the risk management fund, if that's okay, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding that particular item? Hearing none, we will go to item 231, which is the Durham County Library, no charge for printing and copying, and the remainder of FY 2021. Are there any questions there?
I just had a quick comment, which I would just appreciate. I saw the technology van was going around and had a schedule with designated places to, you know, bring the services to people. And I just thought it was a great idea. So I really commend the library for doing this and actually bringing this to people in the community.
Item 233 is the approval of an interlocal agreement with the City of Durham to expand Bull City United. Are there any questions there?
Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, I just think this is really exciting. This is pretty remarkable to do this type of partnership with the city. So I'm really excited about it. And I just, you know, it's amazing that the city is going to expand the program for census tracts and 18 staff people. And I think it's a testimony to our program that Gail Harris was really the visionary for. So I just want to recognize that. But Joanne, could you translate for us roughly what these census tracts are? I know we have the numbers, you know, I don't know where, maybe you could tell us, because it wasn't in the materials, which ones they really are going to be focusing on.
So I'd like to recognize Ms. Pierce. Ms. Pierce is a GM in that, over that area. So any questions that you have, you can refer them to Ms. Pierce.
Good morning to the board, to the manager, and to Attorney Darby. Just to answer that question, Vice Chair Jacobs, it was quite intentional that the city did not include maybe the housing development that is comprised or is encompassed in that particular census tract, because they're working also to not define the census tracts by the housing communities that may be there. But I can get the boundaries for you because we have the maps for those. But they are the locations that the city, the police department, through the data have shown that there was increased gun violence. But I can get that for you. But that was one of the reasons why they've not used that language anymore. They're just working to reframe how they present information and data. But certainly be assured that those are areas the data indicates where Bull City United should work.
Great, a map would be wonderful. Thank you. And also, I just want to note in the interlocal, it talks about quarterly reports. It would be great if we could get those as well. For, you know, I assume they'll be for all the census tracts anyway, but it would be great to get those for our board as well. Thank you.
So Ms. Pierce, I want to thank you for your work on this. This is something that, you know, I've been on the health department, on the Board of Health since I became a commissioner, so 12 years. And with Gail Harris undertaking this initiative, I got to see her work to make this happen. And you know, we have been working, the manager and the staff has been working with the city for years to collaborate to make this a collaboration between the city and the county. And I'm glad to see that's happening. And I just want to thank you and the staff for working on that, and the manager to ensure that this happens. Because with the crime that we're having in our community right now, we need everybody's on deck to make sure that our children are not being gunned down in the streets, to do whatever we can to save the lives of people. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank the staff, all the staff.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, Mr. Manager, that's the last
Madam
item?
Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda.
I want to thank you and thank the staff and the commissioners for their questions. And we will move on to the discussion items. And the first item, 210168, is building up local life science, Bulls. And this is a 60-minute item, commissioners, and the board is requested to an update on the building up local life science initiatives. Bulls is the acronym. This presentation will serve as an update to two presentations that occurred at the June 2020 work session, and I will ask Andy Miracle, Durham County's Economic Development Officer, to lead this conversation and introduce the additional resource persons.
Thank you. Howard, can you hear me all right? Can everyone hear me all right?
I can now.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the Bulls initiative.
My name is Andrew Miracle, and I am the Economic Development Officer for Durham County. Bulls, building up local life sciences. What is the Bulls Initiative? Durham and the Triangle are home to a thriving life sciences industry that is substantially growing, not only in terms of jobs, but also in the quality of opportunities for professional growth. The Bulls Initiative is working to ensure that the demand side is met for life sciences employers and that more local residents have opportunities to compete on the supply side for those jobs and careers. Broadly, we approach this work through training systems alignment, pursuing strategies that create infrastructure capacity, and facilitating connections to opportunity. Just as important, 3 pillars of strategy are to increase industry awareness, remove barriers, and provide support, and they will be addressed throughout the presentation. Lastly, we look to support these strategies through a public-private partnership, which means that we are seeking funding through a variety of sources to implement and carry out the work. Who is Bulls? Bulls consist of a number of local institutions and organizational partners. There is a dedicated core group that has met weekly for about the last 10 months, building off of the initial work of Made in Durham, the Chamber, and NC Biotech. And we stay connected with a larger group of local partners as needs shift and change. We utilize this approach so that we can move forward with consistency and urgency. We are not exclusive and welcome all to this conversation. Engagement occurs with a number of community partners not listed on this page as well, some of which are referenced in the presentation. Additionally, I also want to recognize the Durham Chamber, the city's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and NC Works, who are part of the core team and are not presenting today, but some of their contributions will be recognized throughout the presentation. So looking back at the June biotech presentation recap, for the board, this was really our first opportunity to have a baseline conversation on the life sciences industry, on its growth, hiring trends, training opportunities, and transportation barriers and solutions. From this group, Laura Raleigh and Kara Battle will be joining us again today, as well as Casey Steinbacher with Made in Durham, Rick Lawless with KBI Biopharma, and JB Buxton, President of Durham Tech. We understand that an hour has been budgeted for this segment, and we will not exceed 40 minutes on the presentation to allow for 20 minutes of Q&A. We are currently just shy of the 3-minute mark. For the core team members, I will ask them to introduce themselves when their slides come up, as well as to introduce our 2 guests joining us at the appropriate time. We tried to group presenter slides together, but you will see a few faces on more than one occasion. With that, I'll hand it over to Casey to discuss the second conversation from the June work session.
Thank you, Andy. Good morning, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Casey Steinbacher, Executive Director of Made in Durham. I was the second half of the Bulls presentation originally, back in May, June of 2020. And in our presentation, I'm going to give you a real quick recap of that. Our presentation, we had actually worked as part of the Bulls initiative to put together the actual plan, the strategy about how we would go about addressing this issue. And in that strategy, we identified these key points that you see on the slide. The importance of life science, not just to Durham and the Triangle, but to the state of North Carolina. 40% of them are actually located right here in Durham County. And that there was a consistent need at the time for job-ready talent in life science. That has not changed. During COVID, we actually increased that demand for life science jobs in this industry sector. We had also done a quick analysis of our existing talent development pipeline infrastructure and decided that it really was underperforming for the large demand that was out there for life science, specifically in our capacity to actually serve it, our infrastructure and our ability to meet that supply. So as Andy said a minute ago, the plan identified 4 key barriers. To just recap them, it has to do with awareness and engagement, about our capacity and our inability to meet that need, about inequitable access, support, and affordability for our Durham residents to actually get those jobs. That became a key point in the plan. And then really our lack of alignment and engagement with the corporate community. In that particular plan, we recommended a 3-phase $15 million plan to address all of these issues. And we're here today in the next couple of slides to talk to you about how we did in all of these areas. And we will address each one of these 4 key barriers. To begin with that, our next presenter is Laura Raleigh from the North Carolina Biotechnology Center, and she's going to start to walk you through what we've been able to accomplish in the career awareness and engagement area. Laura?
Thank you, Casey. Good morning, commissioners. To get us started, I wanted to provide a little bit of a backdrop and reminder of who we are as Durham County and in the Research Triangle as a life science leader. The Research Triangle region of North Carolina is recognized as a leading life sciences location with 3 R1 research universities, 2 federal agencies with EPA and NIEHS, and hundreds of companies. These are just a few of the reasons why this region's life sciences sector is thriving. From RTP to downtown to Trayburn, Durham County alone, as Casey noted, is home to nearly 40% of the state's life sciences company sites. And in the context of COVID, Durham-based companies have been at the forefront of developing diagnostic tests and therapeutics, coordinating clinical trials, and at this point, manufacturing vaccines. Next slide, please. This is a graph of North Carolina's biopharma manufacturing employment over time. I shared this with you the last time we were here, and I think it's good to recognize again. And you see from this work that was done as part of NC Biotech's 2020 Window on the Workplace study, that growth split into 2 sections, blue and green, with the blue representing traditional pharma products. You can think of those as inhaled products or pills. And then in green, biologic products, vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, and gene therapies. And at that point in time, we projected 5,000 new jobs would be created in the state of North Carolina in the 5 years between 2019 and 2024. Next slide, please. Looking at the life science jobs announcements between 2018 and 2021, more than 8,900 new jobs announced in the Triangle were, more than half of the 8,900 new jobs announced in the Triangle were supported by Durham County. And nearly 2/3 of those were in biopharma manufacturing. To put this in greater context, this is about 80% of the jobs that were announced statewide. So again, showcasing how important the Triangle is, and even more so how important Durham is in the growth of this industry in North Carolina. Next slide, please. Despite the many challenges and hardships experienced over the course of 2020 and still now today, significant interest and growth in Durham's life sciences ecosystem has continued. Represented here are just some of the major job announcements from the past few years. And a few takeaways from this information are that we're seeing both new companies come to Durham, as well as expansions of companies that have already had a footprint in the county, like Merck and BioAgilytics and Biogen. Durham is playing a key role in the growth of North Carolina's gene therapy manufacturing expertise, with Biogen just recently adding those capabilities, Beam Therapeutics, Tatia, Adverum, and Novartis Gene Therapies. And finally, while 75% of the companies represented here are planning manufacturing operations in Durham, our largest job creator announcement in 2020 was in contract research with BioAgilytics. And with this in mind, as we develop and expand programming to strengthen our workforce capabilities, we need to remain aware of the diversity and training needs within this one sector. Access to talent has always been a key point, is increasingly becoming the top consideration for prospective companies like these. Durham's success in attracting life sciences companies is improving upon the recognition of the Triangle and of North Carolina as a leading life sciences location, but it's also driving prospective companies to question if our workforce and renowned training infrastructure is becoming oversaturated. With this in mind, a focus on workforce development initiatives to expand our talent pipeline and make these jobs more accessible in a scalable and sustainable manner is more important now than ever. Next slide, please. Increasing awareness and engagement between North Carolinians and the state's life sciences industry is a foundational approach to connecting residents with careers in the life sciences. To this end, NC Biotech leveraged CARES funding and partnered with WRIL to launch BioJobs Hub in December 2020. This website aims to increase accessibility through sharing information about the types of jobs available, as well as training resources and employers. Next slide, please. Both BioJobs Hub and spotlights on WRAL.com feature the stories of how individuals from a range of backgrounds have successfully transitioned into the biopharma industry. If you have a free moment, which I know many of us don't, the videos are quite compelling, and I really encourage you to take a peek and just hear from in the words of the people that have experienced them, how this transition has happened and how impactful it's been in their lives. Next slide, please. In addition to BioJobs Hub, NC Biotech also utilized CARES funding to coordinate virtual biotechnology career exploration webinars. And through partnering with NC Works Career Centers, 454 individuals displaced by COVID-19 registered and received stipends to participate in these one-day events. Next slide, please. Another approach to increase awareness is through the Go Durham ad campaign that NC Biotech, the Durham Chamber, and Street Level Media developed and deployed earlier this year. Hopefully, if you are out and about, you may have already spotted these, or you may when you're driving around sometime soon, I hope. Next slide, please. Military service members in biopharma manufacturing is a little bit different flavor, but still incorporates this awareness and engagement piece. This is a project that was funded by NIMBLE, the National Institute for Innovation in Manufacturing Biopharmaceuticals, and has 3 arms that serve to connect military service members, military spouses, and veterans with training and job interview opportunities. This is important for this conversation because of the fact that Durham Tech and Merck are key partners on this initiative. Next slide, please. Over the course of the last year, the Bulls team has worked to develop resources to enable other partners and ourselves to better communicate the career opportunities available in the life sciences, specifically focusing on biopharma manufacturing and our initial push, as well as the training resources that are needed to prepare Durham residents to become a part of it. And I think now we'll be transitioning over to Kara to share a bit more about this.
Good morning, commissioners. It's my pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Dr. Kara Battle, and I serve as the Dean of Science and Math at Durham Tech, and the Biotech program at Durham Tech is in my department. Career awareness and general knowledge about the life sciences and the biopharma industry is so important in meeting the talent needs for the many projected and current positions in Durham. We piloted a biotechnology virtual awareness opportunity with 4 community nonprofit organizations that serve 18 to 24-year-olds to get the participants to those programs interested in the biotech industry. The community organizations included Durham's Children Initiative, Emily K, Student U, and Durham Literacy Center. We conducted 4 virtual sessions in October of 2020 that provided information about short-term career goals. They included biowork, skilled trades, and electrical line person programs at Durham Tech. We were intentional about having a Durham Tech representative, a former graduate of the program, and a nonprofit representative. For the purposes and focus of this presentation, I am happy to report that this pilot led to 5 students enrolled in the biowork course. Next slide, please. At Durham Tech, we have created a pathway for those students who are interested in going beyond the biowork course. The biowork course is offered at 10 community colleges across the state. At Durham Tech, we also offer other courses in continuing education to support those students who are interested in going beyond the biowork course. You can see them in the green box. In a period of approximately 32 weeks or 8 months, 260 hours of contact time, a student can complete a pathway through continuing ed for only $810. In addition, Durham Tech has scholarship funding to support students with some, and in many cases, all of the tuition and supplemental materials, including books, lab kits, and laptops, to allow them to enroll in the courses. The funding includes some, this is not a full list, but promise funds for students who enroll in a course or program within a year after graduation from high school, connect funds for students who need financial assistance for courses supported by the Durham Sales and Use Tax. The North Carolina Biotechnology Center underwrote 2 cohorts of BioWorks students that started in December and included in March, and the Governor's Emerging Educational Relief Scholarship, or GEAR, which provides a $750 scholarship to students who have financial need for approved courses. For students who want to pursue education beyond our continuing education courses, we have provided a pathway to the Associate in Applied Science degrees at other community colleges and the Associate in Science degree offered at Durham Tech. From there, students can pursue a pathway to the bachelor's degree with some of our partners, such as the BRIGHT program at North Carolina Central University or NC State University. As a side note, Durham Tech is exploring adding an Associate in Applied Science degree with a biotechnology focus in the future. Next slide, please. One challenge that we have encountered is the space in which we offer our courses. Currently, they are housed at the Northern Durham Center, which is on Snow Hill Road. This location lacks public transportation, is not a centralized location, and limits our capacity to grow. The Durham Chamber of Commerce has facilitated meetings with real estate developers to tour potential sites in a more centralized location. We are also having conversations about remodeling recent building acquisitions on main campus or building a structure dedicated to all things life science with space for continuing ed, corporate training, customized training, and a space for our industry partners to train their employers. This would also include an aseptic suite. In the meantime, our enrollment has more than doubled due to having to pivot our courses to a virtual environment. To date, we have enrolled over 200 students into the biowork and other related courses since July of 2020. The virtual environment allows us to overcome some of the barriers related to transportation and time. The courses are asynchronous, and we provide a take-home lab kit for experiments that can be done at home. Going forward, we plan to continue to offer our students options with the modalities of how courses are offered. In the fall, we plan to offer hybrid and online courses to meet the needs of the students we serve by working in a temporary space that is more centralized. Lastly, last week, with the assistance of the North Carolina Biotech Center, we had our first virtual hiring event. Grifols, KBI Pharma, Merck, and Novo Nordisk, along with 2 temporary employment agencies, onboard companies, and Randstad USA, interviewed students from Monday through Thursday. We had over 15 students participate, and they were in over 35 speed interviews. We received positive feedback from all our industry partners about the event, and many were moved to the next step of the employment process. I am excited to keep track of these students and see what the future holds for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. We greatly appreciate that. And before, I know we're trying to keep this on track. I just want to, if I had a drum roll and hit a cymbal, I would do that right now, because we never dreamed that in the short amount of time that we would be working on this, that collectively together as a team, the Bulls Initiative was going to be able to move that number from 85 students to 206 students in less than a year's time. So it's proof, we believe, of concept that this is working. We haven't, however, lost sight of the bigger initiative that we want to achieve here. As I said earlier, the plan includes a large amount of financing that is necessary for not only the facility, the infrastructures, the purchase of additional related kind of equipment in order to be able to expand and meet the need, if we're going to be able to do this directly with the needs of our corporate partners. So as you can see on this screen, we have been busy applying for all kinds of grants and particular programming. This is just a small sample of it. Most of this has come from the North Carolina Biotechnology Center, through Durham Technical Community Colleges Foundation, and through Made in Durham, have been applying on behalf of this initiative for many of the pieces included in that $15 million initiative that we originally saw. But to really continue this conversation, I think from our perspective, what we really want to do is talk to you a little bit more about the corporate engagement and the incredible things that are going on with all of our organizations in Durham. You can see that we've really partnered with all kinds of organizations through this process: YouthWorks, DPS, CTE programming, our North Carolina NC Works initiative. We've been working with a lot of our corporate partners to how it is that we can start to engage and create lanes of engagement. As Kara just mentioned, an incredible Durham Tech job interview fair for our graduates of this last round. A lot of customized training for our existing companies that are growing. We've really been working really hard to be able to bring this initiative to fruition. So to really talk a little bit more about that corporate engagement, I think we have an important guest with us today that's going to talk to you about a brand new program. I want to turn it back over to Laura to introduce Rick Lawless with KBI Biopharma and some important information about their new program.
It is truly a pleasure to introduce Rick Lawless, who serves as Manager of Manufacturing Training and Development at KBI Biopharma here in Durham. Rick's experience and dedication to manufacturing training is an incredible asset for the state of North Carolina, and we're so fortunate to have him in our community. Today, he will be sharing an update on some of his recent work to expand KBI's talent pipeline. Rick, please take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Just want to go over a little bit of what the current situation is for us. In Durham, we have one manufacturing site currently and one process development site, and we are currently building a second manufacturing site. I have responsibility for training at both those sites. Our current labor pools, you can see here, there's university graduates all the way to high school graduates. A characteristic of all those labor pools is there are a limited number of candidates for the companies that are here. One thing we want to do is open up those labor pools and have more candidates. The other thing you might see is limited skills, such that drives us to implement our own training programs, which I'll go on the next slide. So to close those skill gaps from the labor pools that do have limited skills, we have implemented our own programs, such as the Manufacturing Onboarding Program, which we get some help from Durham Tech Community College. We also utilize our customized training plan at Durham Tech Community College, and we are working with Durham Tech Community College to implement an AAS degree, which was mentioned a little earlier. But we do have our own programs in technical training. The one I want to focus on today, though, is the Manufacturing Apprenticeship Program. Starts on the next slide. So I was hoping to be able to announce today for you to hear first that this was approved, but it's a little bit late for this meeting, and hopefully later this afternoon or even tomorrow it might be approved. But this program is in the office of the Apprenticeship NC right now. It will be a manufacturing apprentice, one of the first ones in the RTP area, by the way. Luckily for us, the Department of Labor already has a study done for biomanufacturing technician. We want to implement this at our Hamlin Road and our new commercial manufacturing site in Patriot Park. And this will open up labor pools in the high school area. So we will be recruiting both high school seniors and active military. Target duration for the apprentice would be 3 years, and it involves related instruction at Durham Tech Community College to achieve an associate degree. And there's on-the-job training that we would normally do for a person in the manufacturing support associate position. Next slide. Currently, as I mentioned, we're at this phase where we are hopefully being approved right now by the Apprenticeship NC director. And we are awaiting that decision. And once we are approved by Apprenticeship NC, we can continue with our plan, which I'll show you in a couple slides. But next slide will show the goals of our program. I mentioned again to increase access to the underutilized labor pools, particularly graduating high school seniors and military. Will hopefully, since we are the first ones to implement such a program, it will provide us a competitive advantage for recruiting. And we would like to grow our talent within KBI and retain them for at least the 3 years of the program. And then there is some tuition assistance available through the community college system and the GI Bill. Next slide. So our next steps will be to gain final approval, like I mentioned, hopefully this week, and then start promoting the KBI manufacturing apprenticeship, and just in time to recruit and hire some high school seniors. So we would do one, hopefully 2 at each manufacturing site. So 3 or 4 in Durham County to begin with. We would apply for tuition assistance and start our apprentices on the job training, and then enroll them in the fall semester of this year. And then hopefully we will add cohorts of 3 to 4 each year. So we'll have a maximum of 11 or 12 in the program at one time. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for sharing that truly exciting information. We're so grateful for the work you've done in this space, and certainly wait final approval and how we can move this work forward. So moving ahead, commissioners, we have talked about activities and initiatives to increase industry and training awareness. Now, the next sequence of slides will address strategies to remove barriers and provide support while connecting residents to quality employment. While the nonprofit RFP that Durham County issued was larger than biotech, as back-to-work coursework offered certificates in a number of high-demand industries to prepare students for entry-level employment, the principles are the same. We identified and focused on barriers and solutions that you can see listed in the desired outcomes. Nonprofits have a client base that we are looking to connect with, and the nonprofits themselves often play a support role. Through this strategy of systems alignment, we aim to connect nonprofit organizations to certificate programming that leads to entry-level employment. At the same time, we encourage nonprofits to address the desired outcomes, which are seen as critical steps to prepare and support students both before, during, and after back to work enrollment and course completion. Now moving on to Casey for a piece on the Bulls Academy cohort.
Thank you, Andy. As Andy stated a minute ago, it has been from the beginning, the Bulls Collaborative have clearly understood that as part of this initiative, we have to think very specifically and very strategically about how we remove barriers and provide support specifically to Durham residents to be able to participate in this initiative. We've learned a lot through this process to date by partnering with a lot of our nonprofit partners, our community-based organizations. And what I'm about to speak to you about is a new pilot that we're going to be doing this fall to, again, hopefully to understand a little bit more and the concept of barriers and support. And what we're going to be doing is creating within our goal. As you recall, our original goal was to triple the capacity of the program. That would be approximately 300 students a year. We wanted to set a goal of 100 students that were able to participate in the program that were Durham residents from communities of color. In order to do this, what we've learned through this process to date is that we have to ensure that we provide a variety of support mechanisms to ensure that happens, in addition to actually working with our community-based organizations to ensure that they are aware and feel comfortable participating. We are calling this the Bulls Academy cohort. So that's a cohort inside the existing Bulls initiative, specifically for Durham residents from communities of color. What we are doing differently in this particular cohort over the existing program is that we understand that in order to be successful in this, we have to provide a couple additional support mechanisms. Number one, we have to make sure that the students do have the financial support that they need to be able to participate in the program. Number one, in terms of the cost of the program, are underwritten. We also know that we need to provide additional support mechanisms to them. All good programming, all good initiatives that we've discovered across the US in this kind of work provides very specific student coaches through this process and mentors through this process. So we need to add that particular piece to it as well. In addition, we believe very strongly that in order to be able to assure this transition period in their life, that we would add to this initiative a stipend of $10,000 per student. That stipend would allow that student to, for all intents and purposes, be able to afford to put their life on hold and go back to school. The process would actually take approximately 5 months, a month prior to participating in the program to get ready, 3 months in the program, which is the standard industry requirement, and then 1 month after the program to allow them to be prepared for the interview, job resume, and work with their mentor. We intend to do this, provide this pilot this fall. We have reserved 5 seats in the September 2021 biowork class. We will be partnering with, Made in Durham will be partnering with Durham DCI, Durham Children's Initiative. We will be selecting 5 young adults between the ages of 18 and 25 to participate in that program. We estimate the cost to be around $75,000 to $80,000. To date, we've raised, I can tell you now, that's gone up to $60,000. We've raised $60,000 of that $75,000 and feel very comfortable we'll have the funding in place to be able to try that pilot this fall. We will be obviously working very closely with DCI and our students to make sure that we understand through this process and gain the information I think that we need to be able to move this process forward. So we're, again, long-term, we believe the future cost of the infrastructure for this is estimated to be about $1.5 million to $2.5 million per year. If we're going to hit 100, just at the stipend alone, we're talking $1 million, and we add to that all the other related costs. And that is included in our funding plan that we talked about earlier to be able to afford this initiative moving forward. We're very excited about this initiative. We believe we'll learn a lot more about how we can create this Bulls Academy cohort of 100 per year as a result of this pilot. With that, I believe, next slide, Andy. We're going to talk a little bit about Bulls' next steps. As you can see, we have a lot of information to update our original plan. Much has happened from last year to this year. We've been collecting all this information. We're in the process of updating that plan document. One of the major improvements to that document will be the funding prospectus associated with it. I don't want you to faint over the phases now going from the original 15 million to 50 million. I will say to you that over 40 million of that 50 million is the actual facility cost, that large, incredible community facility that we would like to create in phase 2 that would allow us to have one centralized facility that includes both the training and instruction, but also includes labs for our partners, or corporate partners to participate in, learning labs for our students to be able to participate in this, in addition to incredible aseptic training space, which is in great demand by our program partners in this. The rest of the funding is very specifically around the infrastructure that we talked about and associated with this. We're in the process of finalizing some of our facility improvement plans. As Kara mentioned earlier, we're looking at a variety of options. We're still finalizing those. We're going to complete this pilot program on the Bulls Academy and be able to better build that out. And we're looking to build deeper engagement lanes with our community partners. We know that we have to engage more of our community-based organizations in our engagement and awareness initiative, along with our corporate partners on the back end. And hopefully eventually build out of this a much more robust work-based learning effort with Durham Public Schools, so we can ensure our students are aware of the incredible programs like KBI has just described to you. But we also know in this process that we have the opportunity, next slide, Andy, to hear more about what our immediate resource needs might be. And as you can well imagine, everything that we have discussed so far, Durham Technical Community College plays a key role in all of the work. And here to talk a little bit about some of those immediate resource needs that the commissioners might consider moving forward in participating in this initiative is the president of Durham Technical Community College, JB Buxton. JB?
Casey, thank you very much, and I appreciate your leadership on this. Just a quick moment of personal privilege to the commissioners. As many of you know, I came in July of 2020 following Bill Ingram's footsteps and was fortunate to join what I consider to be one of the strongest public-private partnerships that I've experienced in about 30 years in public education. And I think when we continue to build this Bulls initiative and the broader workforce development efforts around life sciences, it's going to become a case study of how public and private actors work together, not just to build the capacity in an industry, but frankly, to make sure there's equitable access to what are good family sustaining wages and jobs beyond those individuals who have access to information or pre-existing networks. I think what we're building here is a template that spans a lot of different industries and the communities are going to be looking at for years to come. So I appreciate the leadership that many on this call have had in place for well before I got here, and I've been fortunate to join this in progress. And I do want to thank the commissioners specifically, and also Manager Davis, Director Miracle. The work that we've already done with you on the workforce development nonprofit grants are a great example of this kind of partnership. For Rick Lawless and KBI, I think we're looking at an apprenticeship model that we all hope is going to be the rule, not the exception, for students as they work through their educational opportunities. And we just have, I think, a great team and a great plan. And then finally to Dr. Kara Battle, our Dean of Science and Math, who's provided leadership across leadership transitions here at Durham Tech. I'm very indebted to her ongoing effort beyond her day job with the college. So let me just point out, I want to talk about 6 resources, really 5 that are near term for us. And the first one is not one that we are suggesting that the county take on. It's one I want to make sure you understand we are committed at Durham Tech to address, which is how we increase our instructional capacity at the college to deal with the escalating demand that we're seeing for biowork and other related courses. And so we're going to be taking steps within our own budget and the different sources we have available to us to double our instructional capacity to meet that instructional demand. It's what we ought to be doing as a college. It's what we will do. As we think about that escalating demand, there are some specific capacity needs we have, especially in relation to the Bulls cohort academy model. One of them is a success coach, and we are beginning to transition, as Chair Howerton knows from our work here at Durham Tech, we're beginning to transition some of our advising approach from a kind of typical course advising structure to a success advising structure. Think more case management than getting you in the right set of courses. Think about a success coach who keeps you on track with a holistic advising model. If we were to think about bringing on 100 students in a Bulls cohort, then what we would want to do is bring on a success coach to work across that cohort, a success coach who would feed into our existing model that we are building up right now. So it's not something that we kind of bolt on specifically for this. It is part of an emerging model for how we support and advise students to success. That would be one position, success coach. And then we would, in order to deal with the stipends that I'll speak to very briefly, we would need to build a little bit of financial aid capacity. As you might imagine, it's not just a transactional effort when you're talking about stipends at this amount. There's a fair amount of work on the front end, on the back end, to make sure that infrastructure is in place to process stipends and support students to use those stipends effectively. And so there would be a little additional support in addition to that position. In terms of the stipends, this merely reflects $10,000 stipends for 100 students. And so Casey already mentioned that. Let me not, but you'll see the kind of things that those stipends would focus on and the kind of reasons why having a little success coaching support as well as the financial aid office support to help prospective recipients with tuition fees, living expenses, et cetera, connecting them to resources in the community becomes particularly important. If we go to the next slide. On the next slide, you're going to see 3 items, 2 which refer to facilities, 1 which relates to the broader customized training in the region beyond just Bulls. So let me speak to that one first. KBI and Rick talked a moment ago about some of the work they're doing with us on the customized training front. As you might imagine, the life science companies are knocking on our door right now on the customized training with the state grant that many receive to do that work. What we've realized is while our team is lean and nimble and strong and effective, we really need some an individual who can take a deep dive in knowledge in the life science sector. And as we work with these companies, someone who can connect with those companies and have a level of understanding of those needs and some of the detail behind that. And so what we'd like to do is bring into our corporate services area a sector specialist who is specializing in life science and not only knows the lay of the land, but also understands when folks like KBI are doing work in manufacturing apprenticeships, that we can begin to help companies think about the kind of supports and the kind of opportunities they might take advantage of. That would be in our corporate services. That's kind of one step outside of the Bulls initiative, but connected to the broader life science. And then finally, 2 facility, one short term, one longer term. If we wanted to replicate what we have up at the Northern Durham Center here on the main campus at Durham Tech, I say here because I'm sitting in my office, we would need in a round number about $100,000 to upfit our campus facilities to put those kind of aseptic training and other facilities in place here on campus. As you know, we've got a live application in with Economic Development Administration on aseptic training funds. In order to do that here on campus, we need a little support to upfit our current facilities here. If we were to think longer term about the kind of facility that we believe would support the increasing demand, not just from companies, but from prospective students to move into this field, based on a building we just completed. Sitting right here, as I look out my window, the Ingram Center on Applied Technologies done with the county, it'd be about a $40 million project to put a new facility. We've got a couple different spaces on campus where we'd look at doing that, but a new facility that would have the aseptic and other life science related training. We need to do lab space, et cetera. That's obviously a longer term effort, but a near term need in terms of the training facility. So Casey, Andy, others, those are some of the key near-term resource needs, and happy to talk about any others the commissioners might like to address. Thank you.
JB, thank you for your comments and your leadership in this space. Just to close things out, thank you to commissioners for your time and attention. Thank you to the presenters and the larger Bulls team for your time and effort. This work has been underway for just over a year now, and while we are off to a good start, the most important work remains ahead. We covered a lot of material today and understand that you may have a number of questions. I want to extend a special thanks to Rick and JD for joining us today, and particularly want to highlight the opportunity to engage Rick on his exciting program while he is here. And with that, I will turn it back over to you here, Howard.
So thank you, Andy. This is an incredible package here that you've got. I want to thank Rick, Casey, Dr. Battle, Lori, all of you that are here and presenting this information to us. I'm trying to think, we've got about 15, 20 minutes here, commissioners. So trying to compact the questions that you may have so that if one of the commissioners have already asked that question, please move to your next question, and so you can get as much information as you would like in the next 20 minutes. I'm going to kick it off with starting with Casey, and the rest of you is where's your staff with all of this? That's my first question with all the work that you're doing. Because this is a lot to implement. I'm really excited about all the different pieces of it, particularly the apprentice with KB and T manufacturing, and Rick, the work that you're doing. So let me ask this question. Do all the students have to be at DPS or Durham Tech to participate? So can you answer, Casey, can you answer those 2 questions, or someone else? One is around the staff person that's going to help to facilitate all of this. And I know that Andy can't do it all. I know he's Superman, but not Superman 2.
Very well put. Very well put, Commissioner. Yes. I will say to you that the collaborative work has worked. As Andy said, the collaborative actually meets every single Monday. We've been doing that for well over a year. It's amazing. All these partners you see meets every single week. Made in Durham has been facilitating that. I will say to you, as we've gotten to the point where we're at right now, Andy and I have had multiple conversations around, is it time to actually find the opportunity to have a dedicated staff who wakes up every day and makes sure that this is moving forward. That is definitely on our agenda, Commissioner, and hopefully we'll be talking to you and the commissioners about that at a later date. But I do think it's time that we have a dedicated staff person. In terms of the employees, and I'm going to let Kara answer this, but in terms of how we as an how as a collaborative we've looked at where the students come from, obviously we want to engage DPS and Durham Tech. Durham Tech is the deliverer of the biowork program. And so in order to participate in the biowork, in the Bulls cohort that we're putting together, the academy, you do not have to be a DPS student. You have to have a high school diploma. There are many youth in Durham that have alternative high school diplomas and DPS high school diplomas through alternative programs. So in our particular case, you have to have that particular high school diploma, and then you will be selected to go on to participate in the Durham Tech program itself. Outside of that, I think Durham Tech, Kara is probably better the person to ask. Of the other 200 that we have a goal of participating in the course of a year, I believe that we're looking at any student that would meet the requirements of Durham Tech. Am I correct, Kara?
Yes, so Durham Tech, we serve both Durham and Orange County. So that's where primarily our student population comes from, Durham and Orange counties. But in this last year, because we have been virtual, we have actually had students from out of state, out of country, even who have enrolled in our courses because of the flexibility that the virtual environment allows. Not just limited to Durham and Durham public school students.
Well, I guess you know that our board is very committed to our students and the citizens in Durham, and making sure to ensure that as many as possible get jobs and get good jobs and paying good wages. So that's where our focus is. So I'm going to stop and allow the rest of the commissioners to ask some questions. So who'd like to start? Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. And thank you everyone, to all the presenters. I don't have questions. I just had a few comments I wanted to make. First and foremost, this type of program is honestly like the type of program that I ran for office to be able to support. And so I'm really excited that this is coming to our table. Me and Commissioner Burns serve on the Workforce Development Board, and we actually got to meet with the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce this weekend, and we were talking about how do we create more opportunities for youth especially. And I'm so excited that you guys are bringing a program towards us that's addressing this systemic problem from multiple angles, that you're looking at paid internships, because we know that like unpaid internships are made to benefit people who have access to resources, not for people who are lower income and are actually the people that we want to support more into these positions. The mentorships, we know that 1 in 3 young adults doesn't have access, grows up without a mentor of any sort. So providing that type of support to our youth is so important. And accessibility, I'm so glad that we're looking at, more facilities. And I had mentioned this during our budget retreat of looking at all of the assets that we have in the county of land and property, of how we can start utilizing it for programs like this. And the growth, I think it's so important to, when we're talking about job transitions and bringing in more Black and brown students and young adults and adults into these type of jobs, that we're not just bringing them into jobs without opportunities for growth, that they can grow and develop into higher paid positions within those fields. So I really just want to show my great gratitude for all of the work you guys have put into this. Before I even came to this board. I know you guys have been working on this for a long time, and I'm excited to see this come to fruition.
Thank you, Commissioner Lum. Any, Commissioner Burns?
I will, so that since you gave us direction, I will not repeat everything Commissioner Lum says. I would just say she stole my notes last night while I was working on this and going over this. No, she did. But it is, you've done a great job, Commissioner Howerton, on the Workforce Development Board. And I think Netta and I, we're just energized behind it. Like, we are so laser focused on that work. There's a level of lifeblood, I think, in this group of people and in this other one. But I do want to say to Mr. Lawless, thank you so much for being the example. I so look forward to seeing other people do the same out in the RTP region. Laura, you said something that really struck me. You said, with all these jobs coming in, there's this fear that we might be oversaturated. We won't be oversaturated if we create the people. So I want, somebody who really gets that is at the table. That was my favorite part. I went through that presentation like this weekend, and I was like, yes, they got Nimble at the table. They got everybody neat at the table, and they actually see. And the fact that a stipend is in there, I think there are times when individuals think, I do apologize, that we should not pay people to learn. What we are not doing is paying people to learn. There are people in Durham right now who have to choose between whether right, wrong, or indifferent. They think that their only choice is holding somebody up or holding something. And some of you understand what I mean when I say holding something. And to put your life on hold when you have a wife and a child, or if you just have a child or no spouse, and go to take a class somewhere for 6 to 10 weeks, there's no money coming in. So the fact that you all get it, because so many people don't get it, it's just, why should we pay poor people? I went to college on scholarship. This is no different. So I don't know why we can't look at that spectrum and see that this is something that's needed. My quick question, and this is for you, Mr. Buxton, just relatively quick. And then the other one I have is really quick. And I might have to follow up so that my other commissioners have opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, I heard a stat, and I'm happy that you're here. Is it true that individuals that are coming out of our public schools, and this is not a critique of our public schools, so often these statements are taken out of context. Is it not true that individuals coming out of our public schools right now, a significant percentage of them have to take remedial courses before they can even start on an associate's degree?
That is true. It is true, and we're part of a statewide pilot program that when students within a certain GPA band, if you're interested, kind of 2.2 to 2.8, you're in that GPA band, then you come take what's called a co-requisite course, so that we put you into the credit-bearing course and provide additional support rather than in remedial. Unfortunately, in community college across the country, our successful students in remedial education, getting them to a degree in 3 to 4 years is not great.
So you're not even 2. You said 3 to 4, correct? Not even the 2. Right.
Not even 2. And so what the co-requisite, and I apologize for that inside baseball kind of language, but essentially just means we do some catch up with you while we keep you in the credit bearing course, which keeps you on schedule to graduate. And so we do have a significant issue with students who come and need some additional work in math and reading. And that's one that kind of we are teamed up with DPS and our other K-12 partners to address.
Okay, and then the last one that Commissioner Howerton's permission. I saw the 5 number. I know how it is with a pilot. You want a success rate, and we can say this was 100% successful if we have 5. And then you want 100. I want this to be successful. However, I can partner. I'm a volunteer and voluntold Netta and the other commissioners. What does it look like to scale? You gave us the resources that were needed, but what else would it take? Because 5 to 100 is a significant scale up. So is there anything else that might not be in this presentation, you might not be able to answer it now, where we can aid in short of money, because you all said no resource request today. However, I am a big fan of the $40 million aseptic space. My question is, what additional things would it take to scale up to that level?
Commissioners Casey Steinbacher here. I'll answer that one. I would say to you at this point in time, one of the reasons that we've actually selected DCI as our partner in this is because they provide a lot of support services to their youth. So
Gotcha.
we will be
Right,
providing funding to them to continue that or raise that at a higher level. I think we'll learn a ton about what it is that we're going to need to do this moving forward. But in our conversations with JB and the college, what the resources that we're requesting, we believe are the resources that we think we're going to need to take it up to that space. It is providing success coaches. It is providing, but one thing I will say to you, the whole idea of a Bulls Academy, I didn't talk a lot about a Bulls alum. What we don't want to do is have them fall off the table once they've actually gotten their certification. You know, they may not get a job right away, or they may get a job and it may be a difficult transition for them into a biomanufacturing. So one of the things I can tell you right away, we are looking for mentors. We are looking for mentors for our Bulls Academy. Bulls Academy mentors that could actually work with our students coming out to ensure that they're connected. You know as well as I do, it's a lot of this is about accessibility and connections that you don't always have. And there's lots of people in the community that can provide that. So right off the top, I would say mentors for our Bulls Academy. But after that, I'm honestly, we're waiting to see what that looks like. We think we have a little bit of everything covered, but we're not sure.
And if you need letters of support from us for your apprenticeship that we hope you get today, please ask us. I'm pretty sure any of us would be more than happy to write letters of support with you all. Thank you.
And Casey, you know, when you say coach, you know, that you that's like music to my ears. I've been a professional coach for over 30 years. So I understand how valuable it is to have a coach. So I got it. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs and then Commissioner Carter.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank all of the partners. You all are doing incredible work. And this is really, to me, one of the most exciting things that is happening right now. And our board, during our budget retreat, said that workforce development was our #1 priority, and getting people in our community into the good paying jobs that we are creating and incentivizing, and how key this is for economic mobility and addressing so many of the underlying problems that we have in our community that are related to people just having, good paying jobs to support themselves and their families. So my question is kind of related to what Commissioner Burns has just said, which is, as far as I'm concerned, I would like to support the ask that you all just given us, JB, and that it should be a priority for us in the upcoming budget. And I'm wondering about looking at the ARA funding that's coming into the county. One of the purposes for the ARA funding is targeted at people who have been unemployed from the pandemic. And we know that there's approximately 12,000 unemployed. I don't even know the exact numbers, but at least 12,000 people who have become unemployed, especially in the hospitality tourism sector. I noted in your information that some of those folks you did get into from the amazing things you all have been doing, got some of them into the BioWorks program. So, and I understand that you're targeting youth, you're targeting different populations, but in terms of targeting folks who have become unemployed from the pandemic, it seems like we should be able to look at our ARA funding as a source of revenue, as well as the city has significant resources. So I would like to ask that our staff look at at that as a possible way to support the initial ask. I think it was, when I added up, was about 1.36 million from all the things that you talked about, JB. But just how we can and scale up to Commissioner Burns' point. I'm all with her on that. I'm ready to get going on this. I think when we look at the systemic issues that we're facing, and even I heard the last month's unemployment data nationally was that, 900,000 jobs have been created. But then I heard the caveat then when you disaggregate for race, that the unemployment has not moved for Black people in the United States. So, we are really looking at the exacerbation of these inequities. And here you are presenting us with this amazing plan for how we in Durham are going to address this. So I'm interested in, again, looking at the ways that we can really support this program. I'm also wondering about our college, Durham College Promise funding, and whether this could be used for this, JB. Is that a possible support for this?
Commissioner Jacobs, we've got 3 minutes.
So yes, I do think as part of from a tuition standpoint, certainly. And
Okay. Okay, and my last question was, did we use Andy or the manager, was this put forward as any of the part of this as part of the community projects that Representative Price was asking us to submit for funding?
I believe that was tied more to the workforce development. Casey or JB, if you can help clarify that for me. That was coming out of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, kind of tied to the Youth Works programming, as far as I'm aware, but someone else may be able to fill in on that.
Okay, can we, Commissioner Jacobs, any other questions? Can you hold them and allow?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what Andy said, but that's, I'll ask about it later.
I'll follow up with him later and allow Commissioner Carter to respond or ask her questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to all of our presenters. I'll just try to pile on quickly, a little more praise. I feel like some of our work as commissioners these days is somewhat depressing, but I could actually feel happiness inside of myself and excitement when I'm listening to your presentations today. Indeed, we've had this is a goal for a long time, bringing these great jobs to Durham, but trying to connect our students and our residents to the job has been the ultimate challenge. And I feel like you've brought us a plan that looks really solid. It includes many partners. And I do not want funding or lack of resources to let your plan falter in any way. And so I also just want to express support for county, the provision of county resources to help make this happen. And hope to hear from the administration about how we can meet your request as closely as possible. And I think we should, include the CIP considerations, capital improvement plan considerations. And we didn't know about the $40 million facility need that this whole plan would thrive on. And so I think we should consider incorporating that into our long range CIP. At least what would the implications of that be? And one other question that I have, and maybe this is almost more like a theoretical question for us all to consider, but when we incentivize these corporations to come here and bring these great jobs, we know that there's going to be increased tax revenue, from them being here. I've always wondered if there's not some way to carve out some of that revenue we know is going to be coming and use it, plan it, set it aside for things like this. That would end up benefiting those corporations, in addition to the incentive that we're actually giving. But I would like for us to think about that as a board and an administration when we make incentives going forward. And it could even be retroactive in a sense. We know that this corporation's going to increase our tax base by this much. Let's carve out a certain amount of that and contribute it to training programs like this one, much more comprehensive than a training program, but contribute it to something like this. I think it's something we should consider. Thanks to all. It was great to hear from you today. It was just fantastic.
So again, thanks all of you for your presentation. Thank you for the energy that you bring with this presentation. And I am so excited to serve on the Durham Tech board with JB. And I have been saying from day one is we have got to increase and improve Durham Tech. I get tired of going other places and people not saying what I need them to hear about Durham Tech. So I'm excited about the board being excited about doing something about this. So we need to hear back from staff as to where we will land. And thank you again, all of you that presented, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, commissioners and manager staff, we will move on to our next item. And we'll take a break after we finish this one. The next item is 210222, update from Durham Joins Together Task Force on opiate use disorders in Durham. And the board has requested of an update from Joins Together and the opiate use disorder. In 2017, North Carolina Association of County Commissioners charged all 100 counties to create a forum to address the opiate epidemic. The purpose of the county leadership forum on opiate abuse was to engage local elected leaders in an informed discussion about the opiate epidemic and develop collaborative strategies that enhance preventive education and treatment. So I'd like to introduce Cindy Hayes, co-chair of Durham Joins Together, to start this conversation. And also I'll have her introduce the other members on the team.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for affording us the opportunity to speak today and support Commissioner Carter, Wendy Jacobs, General Manager Pierce for allowing us to be here. We're going to start off actually with my colleague, Dr. Wanda Boone, to kind of give us an overview of how we got to this point today to talk about the services of Durham Joins Together. Dr. Boone.
Thank you. So we do have a PowerPoint presentation. Can that come up now, perhaps?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Boone. This is Monica. I'm the clerk, and I just want to announce to the commissioners, manager, staff, and the public, we have had a little bit of technical difficulties in our chambers with the internet. The meeting is still being live streamed on YouTube. They are working to get it up so that it will continue to show on our website. In the event that it does not, immediately following the meeting, the YouTube video will be loaded. But IS&T is working very quickly to get that restored.
Thank you.
Monica, does it help for us to take a lunch break when we finish with this presentation so that you have more time to work on it?
Chair Howerton, you can, but I cannot promise that that will change the amount of time or if it will be working at that very moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll do the best we can here. All right.
Thank you so much. And I'm not going to repeat the excellent comments that Chair Brenda Howerton made a few minutes ago so we can move along expeditiously. But I will say about 3.5 to 4 years ago, Chair Brenda Howerton and Gail Harris and Wendy Jacobs helped with a presentation to the County of Durham, where about 250 people attended to discuss the challenges that we have around opioids in Durham. May I have the next slide, please? Excuse me. You can go to the next one, actually. So as a result of that, Durham County was one of 8 counties across North Carolina that received $20,000 in grant funds, $10,000 each year to follow a collective impact model. And from that, the Durham Joins Together Task Force was originated. So we participated in 5 forums with UNC SOG, and we learned a lot about collaborative impact. And so you'll hear presentations about that as we go on. We did form working committees or subcommittees. And those, excuse me, those are mental health and treatment with Cindy Hayes, data under Ryan Bell at the time, policy headed up by Phil Graham, and prevention and education, Dr. Wanda Boone, myself, and Tri Coalition. So we've been working ever since on this issue, and you can go to the next slide. We'll talk about MAT in more detail in a few moments. You can go to the next slide. And so just in terms of prevention education, go to the next slide. We received funds, $175,000 for the creation of community ambassadors. This is a little bit different than peer supports. Peer supports usually are individuals that have personal experience and challenges with recovery. And so they participate out of their experience. One of the things that we determined was that since people that are in recovery enter back into the community at large, then we wanted to have ambassadors. Either these are individuals who through a family member and their experience, or through the death of a loved one due to overdose, that they actually want to participate in the process. We received $125,000 to address all substances, so not just opiates, and then $50,000 in ACEs and resilience work to make sure that we're addressing the mental health challenges that are prevalent with individuals that struggle with substance use disorder, but also young people. So we do have a youth coalition, and I'm talking about Together for Resilient Youth and our participation with Durham Joins Together. We have a youth coalition and also a college age coalition. Hopefully, if individuals were able to remain on the line, and I hope they're there, we have joining us today some of our diverse, if you will, community members, Nancy Rosales, Phil Graham, hopefully to talk about policy, Dr. Nicole Schramm-Cepeda, Angie Mejia, Paula Harrington, Mindy Soley, Dr. Angela Birch, Harold Chestnut, and Earl Chestnut as well. And you can go to the next slide. So what we do in prevention, and you'll hear about the other subcommittees in a moment, we look at the public health model, looking at root causes and equity. So not only do we talk about opiates, we talk about the root causes of what we see as challenges today in terms of substance use prevention. So prevention with equity, substance use, violence, chronic disease, social determinants of health, disparities in racism, trauma, and recovery. And even though that seems like a really wide girth when we're talking about a subject that may seem as small and concentrated as substance use, all of these things really play a role. And if we're going to get into the roots of what's going on, we have to talk about these too. Next slide, please. So this is a depiction from the North Carolina Injury and Prevention Branch that indicates what the opioid overdose emergency department visits look like. I examined this data on a monthly basis, send them to out Actually, Donna Rosser with the health department is our resource person. She sends this out. But what I want you to see here, and what I find really important, is that Durham differs than any other county in North Carolina due to the opioid overdose emergency department visits when it comes to Black people versus white people. One of the things that folks think about in terms of the opioid epidemic is how it's impacting white people. And what we have here in Durham is different. As I attended those 5 forums with people from all over North Carolina, the conversation from Dr. Wanda Boone in Durham was, we need to focus on what's happening with Black people, because it's definitely different. And so we address it differently in terms of addressing the issue and how we address the issue. So, and this is in your information package, and you'll be able to look at it a little more closely. The Black community, of course, is about, well, just less than 40% in Durham, but we're looking at 50% of the emergency visits. Fortunately, in Durham, we don't have as many overdoses as in other counties, but an overdose is an overdose. A death is a death. The use of opioids is the use of opioids. What we're seeing in Durham is more heroin, and then everything is laced with fentanyl. So we have to talk about fentanyl in terms of overdose. Naloxone is available free from the health department to anyone that asks for it. So one of our campaigns is to engage the community in terms of carrying naloxone, very easy to use. It's a nasal spray, so that they can become ambassadors in fighting this epidemic also. Next slide, please. And this is a depiction of the overdoses in Durham, which is not surprising when you think about the social determinants of health. It's not the people, it's the built community. It's what people don't have access to that leads them to find ways to self-medicate. It's not always the typical drug user that we may think of. There's lots going on, especially with COVID-19. And so what you're seeing here are districts 1 and 4 primarily, that are the communities of most color in Durham, that we see overdoses more prevalent than in other areas in Durham. Next slide, please. I mentioned the social determinants of health, which is what we address in terms of prevention. Now, all of this doesn't fall under our purview, but what I want to point out to you are neighborhood and built environments. Think for a moment what's available in districts 1 and 4 in terms of what people have access to. Even the social context where people are able to visualize and see other ways to live and play and think and breathe and be healthy that are not available. And then the social and community context has to do with racism and the trauma that racism brings. And so we have to focus on the community, meaning the built community, as well as prevention strategies that you'll see in a moment. Next slide. There is another slide. I don't know where it is, but that slide shows all of the prevention measures that we have taken place, that we have conducted in Durham. It's a list of about 50 things, so I certainly won't go through all of those, and I'll make sure the package is updated. But some of those things are, we provided education to over 8,000 people each month through our coalition members and ambassadors. We published the Durham County Substance Use Report through Duke. We installed 7 permanent lock boxes throughout Durham. And we've distributed, I don't want to say how many, but I know in the last couple of months, 100 personal medication drop boxes to individuals in Durham, and there's so much more. Youth involved, safe to call, where individuals can call 911 if they see something going on in terms of substance use, or someone has overdosed, or someone's concerned about substance use. And safe to call means that they don't have to worry about getting in trouble with law enforcement for coming to the aid of someone that needs assistance. Youth have participated by making PSAs and social media posts. Lastly, these are the tips that we give to every single community member, and that is never take someone else's meds, take only as much as you need, take only for as long as you need it, take as directed, and discard unused and or expired meds. At this time, Durham Joins Together is led, if you will, by myself as the co-chair, and Commissioner Wendy Jacobs as the other co-chair. And we'll continue with the presentation with Major Bazemore. I think Cindy's going to say something next, and then Major Bazemore. But you can skip to his slide.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Boone. Yes, and again, good morning and thank you. I would just like to also recognize individuals that are here to support based from Mental Health Treatment Committee. We have our very own Sheriff Burkhead. We have Major Bazemore from the Sheriff's Office. We also have Tremaine Sawyer. We have our very own Public Health Director, Rodney Jenkins, joining us. We have Gudrun Palmer from the Criminal Justice Resource Center. And then myself. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone, but this is a wonderful, phenomenal, multi-agency, multi-sector, multidisciplinary team that has been working together to address MAT within our detention center. And so on a previous slide that we showed, I'll just jump right in. The question that is often asked is why, and Carlisle, please let me back up, and Carlisle Johnson from Alliance Health, who has been phenomenal. Please forgive me, Carlisle, you know I love you. Why should we provide MAT in a correctional setting? Evidence has shown us that a high-risk fatal overdose for post-release individuals in North Carolina, researchers within UNC have found that inmates are at risk for death based on opioids 2 weeks post-release at a 40 times more higher rate than the general population, and is at risk for death by heroin overdose was at about 74 times higher. There is substantial growing evidence that supports providing MAT in a correctional setting reduces overdose deaths. An example that we have of that is the work that was done by Rhode Island DOC, which found that 61% reduction in overdose deaths after adding MAT programs within the detention center. We're continuing to see the widespread recognition for MAT as a standard care of practice for opioid disorder. So we're seeing that from the federal and state level, that this is a scope of practice that we should continue and is recommended, because there's a growing number of lawsuits that are claiming that denial of such treatment is a violation of the 8th Amendment and the American Disability Act. The opportunity to improve community outcomes in Durham County as it relates to overdose deaths, recidivism, crime, unemployment, family stability, and so forth. So we just want to provide you with a little bit of that information, evidence-based practices, and data that supports why we should have MAT in a correctional setting. And so now I will turn it over to my colleague, Major Basemore.
Good morning. A lot of history has gone in. Our agency became a part of the Durham Joins Together Committee in October of 2018. March of 2019, we formed another subcommittee out of the Durham Joins Together Committee, and we have formed a subcommittee in the detention facility to see how we could get MAT started in the detention facility. We, as everybody know, it's always easier when you have a pattern to follow. For this was brand new. I think we can go on record as saying Durham County Detention Facility was the first one to get the ball rolling. To stay away from stigma, we renamed it from an MAT program to SMART, Sheriff Medication Assistant Reclamation and Treatment Program. Next slide, please. The purpose of having a MAT in the facility is to help individuals, so when they are released from the facility, they won't go back into the community and have a relapse or overdose. 67% of the individuals that come into our facility have an opioid use disorder, and they are staying in the building approximately 72 hours. Next slide, please. Of those 67%, if we were to look at providing a standard of care for these individuals and looking at it from the perspective of, if we did this for individuals with diabetes and hypertension, we identify you have a problem, but we'll treat you once you release. And we want to have that same concept with opioid use disorder. We identify that you have a problem and we treat you while you right there in the detention facility. Next slide. So the committee came up with two-phase approach. Well, actually, we came up with a four-phase approach that eventually wind up to this two-phase approach. In phase one, this is how we would make sure we got all the kinks and bugs out. We would start out with individuals that were already receiving treatment in the community. They were either receiving methadone or Suboxone in the community. And we would continue their care while they're in the detention facility. Phase two, we would actually start the induction process. Because we were fortunate to have some grant money from Alliance Behavior Health, what we actually did was, since we couldn't start the induction phase, we are actually identifying. So when an individual comes into the detention facility, they have a medical screen, a mental health screen, and an opioid use disorder screen. We use the DSM-5 screening tool. So if an individual screens positive, they are referred to a clinician that we have on board, and that clinician and the peer support, they go up and screen these individuals and see if they are ready to participate in the program. To date, we've had 5 individuals that we've actually referred to Durham Recovery Resource Center, and those 5 have been very, very successful. We're going to start a tracking system to ensure that we can follow them for approximately a year. July of this year, we are hoping that we can start phase 2, where we are actually starting induction of methadone and Suboxone. Next phase. Next slide. I can't speak enough about the collaboration and partnership that we have in our community. We have the Sheriff's Office. Words cannot express the help that we get from our public health provider, Mr. Jenkins and his team. And under public health, we have our medical detention facility medical provider, which is WellPath, and a county health worker, which is also under public health. That's our fit worker and MAT. We received a grant and that's up and going real good. That's our external peer support. Then we have Durham County Criminal Justice Resource Center with the mental health services and the STAR program. Our STAR program up until last year, until when we started September of 2019, when we started this program, was abstinence-based treatment. So we're excited now that individuals can now receive treatment, medical treatment, while they're in. Enough can't be said about the support that we receive from Alliance, our state opioid office. That team has been very, very instrumental. Durham Recovery Response Center, Duke University, and UNC. These are some of our partners. We meet anywhere from bi-monthly to monthly. Next slide. Of course, our major challenge for the MAT program is funding. And I'm gonna let Carlisle come in and talk about some of the challenges that we've been facing with our grants.
Okay, hello. First of all, thank you for inviting us to present on this topic. I wanted, before talking about the budget, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of other thoughts from previous slides. I think it's really important to note that we're really going through a paradigm change here. We now recognize that opioid use disorder is an illness, and it's unfortunately the only illness in most jails, most detention centers, where you are taken off of your medication at the point where you enter the detention center. And I just want to commend Durham County and all the partners and the Durham County Sheriff, without whose support this would not happen, for being the first in the state to really emphasize maintaining people on their opioid use disorder treatment when they come into the detention center, and all the efforts that are being made to support starting people in and engaging them in treatment at the point of the detention center. At Alliance, we are committed to expanding access to medication-assisted treatment, to a low threshold approach where we want to make sure people can get into treatment immediately and stay in treatment, and also addressing the social determinants of health. We're working on ways of helping people get connected at any point they can, maintain treatment in the community, and get supports they need to maintain housing, transportation, et cetera. One of the challenges we faced is that we do receive funding from the federal government through multiple grants. And up until this point, we have been patching these together one grant at a time, moving forward, and have had a series of grants. And also wanted to really express my appreciation to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services for the grants that we've received. But the challenge is sustainability. So we go from one grant to the next grant. We also get these grants on the federal fiscal year, which starts October 1st. And then by the time we get it, it's off in January. And then we're looking at ways of starting up a program and then wondering whether we'll have funding the next fiscal year. So we are committed to continuing to apply for grants, to put the funds into the community, but also see this as really a community-wide approach that includes not just the services in the detention center, but the aftercare, the use of peer supports, and all the things we can do to support people starting a path of recovery and maintaining lives in the community. So I think going to the next slide, I think it's back to you, Major Bazemore.
So here's some of the data that we've had the fortune to capture since we started in September 2019. We've had 94 participants enrolled. Of those 94 participants, 58 have been on Suboxone, been treated with Suboxone, 39 males, 19 females, and 36 have been methadone, 25 males and 11 females. 84 detainees enrolled in SMART since September 2nd through March 17th. The average length of stay is about 15 days, 16 days, 19 females, 39 males. Methadone average length of stay is 16.7 days, 25 females and 11. And of this, another unique thing that we found, we only had 8 individuals that had actually returned to the facility since we started this program. And that's 6 individuals that were utilizing Suboxone and 2 of the methadone users. So I think we're off to a real good start in terms of this data and the success that we are having. Next slide, please. Again, we increase community outcomes when we have this paradigm shift and making opioid use disorder treatment a standard of care. We're setting up individuals so that when they return to the community, they can be successful. They can go back and get jobs, be able to support their families, and not have to return to the detention facility. Next slide. Questions, comments, concerns. At this time, we'll have comments by our public health director, Mr. Jenkins, followed up by Sheriff Burkhead.
Good afternoon good morning, close to the afternoon to everyone. Just want to echo the sentiments expressed by Cindy Haynes, Major Bazemore, Dr. Wanda Boone, and everyone. It's been a pleasure for me to join in on this great work. I did, as most of you know, I did come from Cumberland County, where I was a deputy director and heavily involved in this type of activity in Fayetteville, in the Fayetteville region. Durham has always been the high watermark that others have strived to ascend to. We are fully supportive of this endeavor. Public health, again, COVID aside, has been to the table, and most recently I've been able to really get up to speed on all things medication assisted treatment and SMART. And we look forward to your support on this endeavor. And again, our partnership with the Sheriff's Department is unwavering. And my team and I certainly stand ready to ensure that this becomes a reality as far as the second phase. I will pass it back to Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. As you said, it's been a great partnership, and we thank you through your leadership coming in to help us as we move forward. And I'll just step to say, through the leadership of your predecessor and now you, we were able, through the local Department of Health, to be afforded those grants. To Carlisle's point, to kind of help us set the foundation and to get us started from DHHS, which was the local mitigation for the opioid crisis. And then now our current grant, which is the CLC grant, which is the community linkage of care, which is where we pull in our partners, as Major said, with the DRRC, local EMS, making sure we connect our peer support specialists to these individuals so that we can get them the treatment and care that they need. And so now I will turn it over to Sheriff Burkhead for any comments that he may have.
Thank you all very much, and hello again, commissioners. I just have a very few brief comments because I really think my colleagues and our partners have already said everything that needs to be said about how great this program is and how necessary it is. So what I will say is thank you for allowing us to do this work and supporting this work. To sum all of this up, you've heard from our partners. We can't do it without them. The commitment that has been demonstrated throughout the past 3 years, 2.5 years, is phenomenal. Carlisle said a word earlier that I was going to use in my comments, and I think it's important to say it again: sustainability. This program has already been demonstrated that it has a tremendous positive impact on individuals returning to our community. In order for us to continue this great work, we certainly need your support, commissioners, to sustain this work. Carlisle and Alliance and our other partners have been phenomenal in getting us grant funding and being able to push us forward through other creative funding sources. But the reality is we need to sustain this program so that we can continue this great work. So thank you all very much, and we'll take any questions.
So I want to say thank you. And I just want to, one of the things that I didn't say when we got started, you know, when we talk about the North Carolina Association of Counties, there was one president during that time that was experiencing his son that was being addicted to opiates. And that was his initiative. He took that on, and he's taken it on through the Association of Counties. One of his initiatives, part of his initiative was that every county came up with a plan, and him pushing it to Durham County, and the health director, and Commissioner Jacobs was the chair then, and myself, and Wanda Boone, Durham Tri. Everybody got around the table, and Cindy Hayes began to look at what was it that Durham County needs. And from there, here we are. So it means that one person back in, I think it was 2017, can have an impact, because we weren't having as much of an issue as some of the other counties. But when one person is dying because of drugs, we got a problem. So I want to say thank you for all the work that you have done, the things that you've done for sustainability, to continue this work. I'd like to open it up for questions, comments from commissioners. Commissioner Burns.
Mine is really quick. One, thank you to everybody. Ms. Haynes, this is my first time meeting you. Everybody else, I think so. Pleasure to meet you. Wanda, I actually went back and looked at my calendar, and it is like 11 years to the week, the first time we paneled about meth together. I don't know if that's one thing we should celebrate. It's just, I'm saying, you know, I know you've been doing this work for quite some time. When I was at the AG's office, there were a lot of meth programs we worked for, and it's true, funding has run out. I wanted to ask, because we're talking about funding here, and I wanted to raise up, and I know that having a full-time development officer and a grant officer is hard, because finding those opportunities, especially when they open and close so frequently and infrequently, can be hard. I wanted to know where we are with the 2 settlements that the AG just had. So we know last February in 2020, MNK did that $1.6 billion trust, right? They did a trust and said, we will put money into a trust so that we can aid communities in putting money into opioid addiction and treatment. And then this February, there was another settlement, even though it was not with a company, it was with McKinsey. And we know that McKinsey just got in trouble as a PR firm because they said, it's safe, it's safe, it's safe. They paid somebody to tell everybody it was safe. And that settlement came through, and North Carolina is getting about $18 million. And that $18 million is supposed to be put into abatement so that we can access it for treatment and everything else. So my question is, would some of this kind of federal funding, some of these settlements, are these opportunities, because I know it was just February, are some of these things open now? And if they're not open now, how can we as county commissioners, because I took some time last night to look at the press statement from the AG's office, and he said he's looking for statewide partners. How can we as a commission aid in supporting you getting access to some of those dollars if you all have not already? So just 2-part question. How can we help, and where's that funding? What does that funding source look like?
Well, I'll just speak from prevention. And I haven't seen anything. Prevention is usually left out, so I haven't seen anything, perhaps others have. But the way that county commissioners can address this is that, I didn't take the time or have the time to go through the successes in terms of the data that show that we are decreasing in substance use among youth past 30-day use of alcohol, prescription drugs, and we're still working on marijuana, but tobacco. So I think the fact that we have been together in this process for these many years and that we show evidence of our success, that would be a way of presenting that to others to see that we are worthy of being funded from prevention all the way through.
Duly noted.
And I would
Does
also
anybody have
add-
any insight on the AG question? But duly noted, Dr. Boone.
Yes, I would also add that, yes, I'm aware of the funding that AG Stein has and wanting to reach out to others to address this issue. What I would say for our county commissioners, if you would also continue to advocate and reach out to AG Stein to just make him abreast of the work that we are doing here in Durham and how he can support. I've had the opportunity to work with him and his team as it relates to opioid use disorder and the opioid epidemic throughout the community. So I think it would be a great opportunity for him to afford funding to support such issues and help us to grow. And also the partnership of tying everything together, advocating for us as a whole, as the Durham Joins Together committee, and the work of everyone, as Dr. Boone has mentioned, as it relates to prevention and education, supporting the efforts that we have with connecting individuals to housing and treatment for in the community, resources that the individual needs in order to sustain, such as addressing social determinants of health, things that we see so frequently. In order to help a person to thrive, we have to address those social determinants of health and connecting them to housing and things of that nature so that they can prosper in their journey through recovery. So just asking that the commissioners continue to support us in that effort and just spread the word of the wonderful work that this task force and committee has done, because we've made great progress and we don't intend to stop. But to Carlisle's point, we want to sustain, and in order to do that, we would need support all the way around so that we can continue such efforts.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, I want to thank everyone for your leadership who has presented today. It's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve as co-chair with Dr. Wanda Boone for all these years, and to work with Cindy Haynes and Major Bazemore, the sheriff, everybody, because from my experience as an elected official, this has been really a very unique experience where we have seen so many partners from across our community and beyond. I mean, UNC is at the table too, Lincoln Community Health, sharing their expertise, Philip Graham from RTI. And I have to say that we've been so busy working that this is literally the first time that Durham Joins Together has presented to the Board of County Commissioners. And so it's really been a long overdue presentation. And I think it's unfortunately one of the best kept secrets, what has been happening. And I think it speaks volumes too, that, I'm really, like I said, it's my honor and privilege to be serving with all of these experts. And Dr. Boone here is the leader of TRI, a community organization that has been really leading our efforts in Durham related to education and prevention. I think the message that you're hearing is that we've been fortunate. We've gotten so many grants, okay? The ambassador program, the UNC opioid grant, the grant for the MAT. We also have a grant. I want to recognize, I don't think Helen Tripp is here, but our community paramedicine program, along with the Recovery Response Center, got a grant so that when people show up in the ED or they meet a first responder, they get the paramedicine. Our Durham County paramedic follows up with anyone they can within the first 24 hours to say, hey, you know, would you like to get into treatment? Here's a free program for you, and we'll put you up with a peer support person and you know, so, but this has all been running on grants, and what you're hearing from everybody is, again, the sustainability message that the sheriff said. You know, we've gotten these grants because of the collective impact and the partnership, but we really need to move beyond that. And if Sheriff, if you could maybe speak to this, or maybe General Manager Pierce, I believe that in the new RFP for the health provider, there is going to be in the RFP funding or carrying out the MAT program, because as Cindy said, this is now standard of care. You know, this is an illness, and for somebody to come into the detention center and not be offered this help or to be taken off their medication is really immoral. So could you speak about where this is headed so that our board understands that?
Yeah, I'll certainly say a couple of things, and then I'll yield to Miss Joanne Pierce. The state of North Carolina does not require the sheriff's office to provide this standard of care or make this a standard of care. We're not required to give methadone, and there's a lot of legislative discussion about that right now. But as your sheriff, it's the right thing to do. And we have done a heck of a job in developing and creating this opportunity for it to be a standard of care. So just like there's no legislation requiring us to do this, there's no legislation prohibiting us from doing this. So it's the right thing to do, and we will continue to do it. We will continue to go hat in hand if we must, but that's hopefully not what we're going to do. And Commissioner Jacobs, you're correct. We've put in the RFP noting that we provide MAT services. We've also put in our budget a couple of FTEs that we need, so you guys will see that in the coming weeks. And the partnership that we have with Mr. Jenkins and Ms. Pierce has allowed us to move that piece sort of further up the hill, and having that partnership and that vision together is really moving us forward. So I'm excited about that. So Ms. Pierce, please jump in here. I think we're at a crossroads where we can now take this to a whole nother level. The final thing I'll say before Joanne jumps in, it saddens me that the Durham County Detention Facility is the first stop when we should be the last stop, or actually we shouldn't even be in the equation, because by the time these men and women reach us, they are really on their last leg. For a number of reasons. So the fact that we can provide this level of support really does sort of lighten that burden, because once again, we're a detention facility. We see people when they have really been down and hopefully not out, but to give them a lifeline of some hope really does lighten that burden. Joanne?
Unfortunately, Joanne had to step away for the function at the library. Sorry, Mr. Manager Davis.
No,
she wanted me to assure the commissioners that we do have the RFP. We just recently, last week, had a pre-RFP conference with a number of different vendors, and we are off to a good start. And phase 2 is most certainly a part of the RFP process. Along with the sheriff, we too have additional personnel to support this effort from a public health perspective. So suffice to say, it's all coming together, and we certainly appreciate your support.
Right. Well, thank you all so much. And I also wanted to, Major Baysmore can speak about this. It's also, when people leave, you mentioned this, when they leave the detention center, if they aren't connected to a community program, which is the vision of this, with the FIT program, formerly incarcerated transitions, another program that makes sure people get connected to provider, to medicine, to peer support, then they're actually at a even higher risk of overdosing, which is really, really frightening. You know, I just can't express how important this is, especially with that statistic you gave us, Major Baysmore, about 67% of people coming into the detention center, as Sheriff Burke had said, who have a substance use disorder. And I also want to applaud Dr. Boone, because when we had our initial forum, leadership forum, she said, we're not going to be like NCACC is asking us to call this an opioid conference. No, we're not calling it opioid conference because that is discriminatory. We're calling this substance use because we know that in our community, people are overdosing from things like heroin and not just, you know, prescriptions. And so I really want to also applaud, you know, you, Dr. Boone, for keeping us on the data. Everything is data driven, and Cindy, for your leadership with bringing in all the resources that Duke has and leading this from the Duke University perspective. So I'm really looking forward to next steps of how our board can support this effort. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say one more thing. When you reach out to Attorney General Josh Stein, please remind him that I won the Dogwood Award in 2019 for opioids. So
I don't know if there will be a blank on that on the paper for that, but I'll see what I can do, Dr. Boone. Thanks for.
Okay, any other questions, comments? So the only thing that I have left, I'd like to say to the community is that you haven't been hearing a lot about this because everybody's been so tuned into the pandemic and what's been happening with that. But these folks, Dr. Boone, the sheriff, Major Baysmore, Cindy, have been working in the background. So you haven't seen them still working on this, but this is an issue that they continuously work on. And what has been in the forefront of all of us for this last year has been this virus and the pandemic. But I want to say thank all of you for the work that you're doing, and we just have to keep it up. All right, thank you. So if there are no more questions and concerns about this issue, we're going to take let's take a 20-minute break. So have a chance to grab something to eat and get back. So it's 12 o'clock. We'll be back by 12:20. Does that work for everybody? Okay, see you back at 12:20.
I gotta fix all the little hairs trying to sneak out.
Fix the little hair and stick it up. Oh, it's so beautiful outside. I just went out and got a little bit of air.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, just needed some air. Okay. Okay, it's 12:20.
Commissioners, I would like to let you know that we are now back online.
Thank you, Monica. So we are back from lunch. So our next item on the agenda is 21-0230, and it's COVID-19 workforce operations. The board is requested to receive information on the COVID-19 workforce operations, guidelines for safe workforce operations and safe operating strategies for departments. And at this time, I'd like to ask the county manager, Davis, to lead us in this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to essentially take this opportunity to, first of all, thank the staff. For the last couple of weeks, particularly, we have been spending an exorbitant amount of time, me, the GMs, the department heads, sort of thinking through our strategies in terms of how we come back. I don't use the term reopening because, quite frankly, the staff has been very adamant in reminding me that for many of them, we have never been closed. And so I'm very sensitive to that very fact. That being said, all of us are seeing the same exact data and respect to the variants and what they have meant for us across the country in terms of us still seeing resurgences of the virus and even hospitalizations. And so we still have some states that are in the deep red. As we look across the ocean, we see countries that are effectively going back into lockdown modes. And so we're going to be very deliberate in respect to how we bring our employees back into this space. As you have heard me say on numerous occasions, there is obviously a lot that we have learned throughout this pandemic. And one thing that I can certainly say as the manager is we have learned that productivity during this time frame has not been affected in respect to our employees' ability to work remotely. In fact, I would say in many respects that the productivity has in fact gone up. So as we return, we will, for those that have been under the remote working status for the most part, we will do it in a very deliberate and careful manner. We won't go from 0 to 100 right away. We will ease ourselves into this space. And subsequently, that's the crux of, I think, what you will hear today as a result of the conversations and the work that we have done in the manager's suite, along with all of our department heads. So our HR staff is going to lead us through essentially a PowerPoint presentation, and then we will effectively be prepared to open it up for questions. Dara Richardson and Kathy Everett Perry in the HR department is essentially going to take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. Happy Monday. I want to start off by thanking the chair and the Board of County Commissioners and our county manager for all of the wonderful support during this pandemic as we've been working through it. So I'm going to start off. I want to see if Kathy wants to chime in. I didn't see her unmute first before I get started.
No, I'm fine, Dara. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to get started with a quick presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions, just to take us through what we've recently gone through with the departments. The county manager and his leadership team has been very, very gracious with guiding us through these conversations as we work to ensure that we focus on the safety and well-being of the citizens and the staff here at Durham County while we continue our operations during the pandemic. So, first slide. The first slide is just covering when are we reopening? Well, we've never closed. As the manager said, I think we use that term and we had been using it for a while, and it's just not the right term to use. So we have refocused these documents to focus on the fact that we're just making sure we manage our workforce operations effectively during this time. We have been able to provide services to all of our citizens without really missing a beat. You know, last year, this time, it was very uncertain, and departments really worked hard to put in new procedures and measures to be able to continue providing services so that we were able to not miss a beat. We were dealing with the cyber attack at the same time, so we did have some challenges initially, and our emergency management team, along with public health, really jumped in to assist the departments on what to do as we needed to move forward to be able to continue providing services. So we're in a new normal. We have a number of departments that have staff that are working remote, and you know that may not have been the case prior to the pandemic, but we've been able to work remote effectively and do so. And so we're not closed, we're still working. We're going to continue the guidance that the manager has given us, and we'll cover that a little bit more as we go through the slide deck. We're going to also talk about business travel. At this time, it's not really a lot to cover, but there's no business travel for Durham County employees because our focus wants to be still on the safety, and there's so much unknown. I know that there were some wonderful CDC updates this weekend, and we have to have some time to visit that as we work through some of the nuances with the CDC as they continue to learn more and provide additional guidance around some of these topics. We have questions from our employees on a regular basis regarding the fitness centers, and our fitness centers remain closed as well. We're just not at a place where we could open those up for employees. However, we do encourage employees to still leverage whatever opportunity you have to stay fit and in shape, and just not in our facilities at this time. But we will get there, but just not at this time. And then I'm going to cover a little bit more around our travel guidance and high-risk activities. As a part of the strategies for managing the workforce here at Durham County, we put in some really great plans and procedures, I should say, for travel guidance and high-risk activities. And employees have to complete forms around their travel and their high-risk activity engagement, and we provide feedback around that. And so with that particular piece, I will let you know there's an entire team that's dedicated to that work. And that work does not stop. It happens 7 days a week. Every day, throughout the day, we're checking in on those forms and following back up with employees, letting them know if their activities they've engaged in require some type of quarantine or how they need to engage moving forward based off of that. And so I will say for the travel forms, we've had over 960 forms completed so far and reviewed and emails sent. And then for the high-risk activities piece, the post-travel, there've been about 830 forms. So it's a lot of work, and I'm very proud of the work that Durham County is doing to make sure that we keep the county safe at all times. So next slide, Monica. All right, so the next slide focuses on some of the things that we have been doing in addition to what I've just covered was the department operational plans. Departments have created plans. Some of them had plans in place very early on. Some of them have been creating and updated plans as they go around how they're going to operate through COVID. These plans include strategies and goals, schedule for on-site staff, remote work positions. For example, what positions are identified that can work remote? What do those schedules for on-site staff look like? We have provided you all with 2 additional documents. One of them is the safe operating strategies, and the other one is guidance for safe workforce operations. And both of those documents give additional details on how to accomplish some of this. It talks about making sure when you do have to have staff come on site to schedule them in a way where they're able to social distance and be safe, and you don't have all of your staff on site at one time. We want to make sure we minimize exposures, we and keep the organization safe so we can still be operational. Break those groups up so you don't have an entire division in at one time that may possibly get exposed, and then you potentially have to have an impact on your operations due to that. So it gives a lot of guidance on how to accomplish some of this. With working remote, we have a number of new tools that have been rolled out over the last year, thanks to our IS&T team. And with those tools, we're able to do so much virtually now. We have these wonderful face-to-face meetings remotely. We're able to share documents and collaborate in ways that we had not done before. So it's really been an advantage for the county in some ways that we've jumped ahead when it came to the technology to leverage it to be able to create a safe environment for the employees. The documents also cover the processes and procedures for engaging with customers. So I don't know if you guys have been over to Admin 2 recently or down to Health and Human Services. We have screeners in place, we have processes in place. So for example, if you go to Register of Deeds and it's 12 people trying to get in the door and go up, all 12 can't go. We've got to keep it safe and social distance for the employees and the citizens. So there are processes in place to be able to keep those spaces safe. And I must applaud our wonderful public health director, Rod Jenkins, and his team, because the work that's been done down at Health and Human Services, even with the large numbers they're seeing with the vaccination clinics, is done in a very safe and efficient way. We're able to leverage having screeners and having processes in place to keep the citizens and employees safe. And then also in the operational plans, there are the workplace expectations, guidance, and staff expectations. So the documents are very, very thorough so that departments have a platform, a layout on how they should be operating. It has these key things. And as we are guided into transitioning into the next phase, the documents will be updated, and some of them have already done updated versions on how the next phase is going to look when they get there. And so that it's already laid out and we have that structure in place to assist. So we received plans last week. We'll be working with departments on any updates needed through our wonderful COVID-19 support team, which covers a number of different departments that actually support the review and support of this work. So HR has been managing this project, but we also have the support and guidance of a number of different departments in order to do all of this great work. I must highlight that in addition to public health, we have individuals from county engineering that worked on these wonderful documents as well, IS&T, emergency management, general services, and legal, risk and safety. So there are a number of key players here who've given input to assist in creating this committee that's been able to support the organization through this with the manager's guidance. So next slide. Okay, so one of the key things that we address in all of the documents is that at any point in time, we try not to have more than 50% of the workforce on site where you can work remote. We know all positions can't work remote. You can't work remote in the detention center. You can't work remote if you're a nurse at public health. But for the organizations that do have positions that can work remote, we absolutely try to encourage this and enforce it, that your workforce, if you're working remote, you continue to work remote, and we try to have half of the workforce doing that. And then for the individuals that have to come on site, we encourage the following. Make sure you determine the minimum number of staff that needs to be present at work to complete those mandated functions. And also, if you could, we've had departments that have had to reallocate their workspace. So even though people are on site, they're not sitting as close as they used to. They may be in staggered schedules, so they don't do that. They've leveraged office space a little differently, and they may have even put in some different type of accommodations in order to accomplish their workspace being a little different. We have some groups that have put up plaques, plastic shields and different things to be able to accomplish that social distancing and keeping people safe. And then we even encourage flexible work options. These are some things that we hadn't done at this level before at Durham County, but maybe offering split shifts, flexible shifts. We have a number of employees that were impacted by the school systems not being open, and you're having to work on top of supporting your child that's doing remote learning. And so if you can give some flexibility and that work does not have to be done doing that 8 to 5 time, and it can be done maybe from 7 to 9 or maybe some weekend shifts, then absolutely doing what you can to support the work that needs to be done, but also the employees during this time. We've talked about the remote work options already and virtual meetings. And once again, we have emphasized over and over, if the employee can work remote, they should continue to do so. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So this right here is just a screenshot of some of the information that's included in the safe operating strategies that we provided for the departments. And it gives you just an idea of how to go through an analysis of looking at your space. So I won't go through this in a lot of detail because you all have that document as well, but you can just see that a lot of work was put into this to make sure that the guidance was given and that we're able to leverage this guidance to create safe working spaces for the staff as we continue operations here at Durham County. You can go to the next slide, Monica. I think one got skipped. I'm not really sure how, but that's okay because the documents are included. There's additional information on MyDCO. There is an entire MyDCO page for COVID-19 guidance. It has the questions, FAQs, the forms that you need to fill out. The departments have been really great about letting us know what they need when it comes to it. We have a lot that is out there for them and people ready to support them as we go through this continued new normal, navigating through COVID. And there's still so much that's unknown. That is one of the biggest things, is that we do hear from employees all the time around the continued changes with the CDC guidance that we review on a regular basis, but even the CDC includes an entire section on what they don't know. And that is a lot. And so as this evolves and we continue to learn, it's a lot still left out there. In my updates last night that I was reading, currently only 18% of the US population has actually received both or their complete series of doses of the vaccination, so they're fully vaccinated. So we still have a long way to go before we can even see what herd immunity will look like. But so in saying all of that, we just want to be mindful that it's still a lot of unknowns. We have a long way to go, but at least we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. It looks like we're progressing to, to somewhat of a new normal, back to life as what it used to be. We may never, ever know what that is. It may always look a little different. And no matter what we do, we still encourage employees to be safe, to continue to follow the guidance that the CDC has given, along with the policies that Durham County has put in place to keep everybody safe, and always follow the 3 W's, of course. You still got to wear that mask. You got to wash your hands and sanitize. So those things are still critical as we continue to move forward. So I'm going to turn it back over and we'll take any questions.
Thank you. for your report. And thank you, Mr. Manager, for putting this together. I do have one question. I noticed that in other counties, the commissioners have opened back up. They're having their meetings in their chambers. What's the report on the commissioners' chambers?
So, Madam Chairman, and I'm sure that the General Services Director and her staff is here. I see Sean on, along with Monica. Obviously, it required considerable work in the commissioners' chambers, and all of that work has been done. What effectively we are planning for at the staff level is essentially being able to transition back into as close to, normal working mode, understanding that we're going to have, only about 50, 60% of our staff on site at any given time, just to continue our safe practices. But around the end of April, we will look to be transitioning back into our space. And as you've heard in the earlier presentation, as we transition back, we'll probably still have a considerable number of our employees who will work, 2-3 days remotely, and then spend those other days working on site. So to get to your question, the heart of your question, the chambers is ready, and I don't know if Sean or Mo wants to add anything further to that. So, whatever the board's desire is in respect to how you address that issue, obviously you all will decide that amongst the board. But I'm, sort of happy that we have had a good portion of our employees, certainly the ones who have been here all along, to actually get the vaccine. With the abundance of vaccine rolling in now, as I'm sure that the public health director may want to weigh in, we even got J&J last week, that, it is our hope that, we will be able to go ahead and complete the mass inoculation of, all of our employees, certainly those who, desire to get it, so that at least once they are fully back in those spaces, that, we will be conducting ourselves accordingly as it relates to, the safety practices and provisions that we have put in place.
Well, thank you, Mr. Manager. That's one of the questions I've been hearing from the community, is when are the commissioners going to start meeting where we can have a conversation rather than having to send in emails. And I said that I would ask that question. And I know that they're watching what's going on across the state, and other boards of county commissioners having meetings and just doing the six foot thing, making sure that they are social distancing. But
Madam Chair, I see Sean on. He can talk more technically about, the work that they've done.
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir, Mr. Manager. So as far as the chambers themselves, so we have added partitions between all the chairs around the horseshoe table and over at the table where the GM sit. So those are ready. We would probably have to go in and tape off chairs as far as getting the 6 foot, like you had mentioned, to make sure the spacing was there if you were going to allow an audience in there or people to come in and speak. Another concern would be the construction that's going on. I do believe that the renovation of that building just started in the office areas where Monica's office is. So that area, I believe, is under construction as of maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure what the time frame is on that. I'm not sure if Perry or if Jim's on, if they have a time frame as far as completion of that, for that to be ready for everybody to move back in.
Sean, if I can chime in, this is Monica. They will begin moving furniture and so forth into that space so that they can start renovation tomorrow on the commissioner side as well as the clerk's side. And it is expected to be completed hopefully within 60 days.
Okay. All right, thank you, Monica. Thank you, Sean. Other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. And thank you so much to all of our Durham County staff who've been working diligently. As Manager Davis said, the work hasn't stopped. And I also want to especially thank the sanitation workers across Durham County who've been making sure that everything is safe and clean properly so the spread of COVID is minimized. I did have a question. I met with a group of Girl Scouts 2 weeks ago that was very eager to ask when the libraries would hopefully be opening safely. We met outside especially the new library. Everyone is very eager to see the inside and explore.
Director Baggett just popped up.
I am not surprised to have that question from anyone today. We are excited about enhancing our resources for the community. And of course, the main library is an exciting part that we want to get into. We have developed a plan, as Ms. Richardson shared, for looking at when we can open safely to the public and for staff. We created a task force that is comprised of the leadership team and also of frontline staff to come up with a robust plan. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Terry Hill, who is our Deputy Director, and Kathy Makins, our Resources and Finance Officer, and they will share some of the details of what we are looking at. Keep in mind, with everything that's being shared, it's top priority safety for the public and for staff, and that we are still going to be limited in what we can provide just based on our staffing levels. So that's going to be an important factor. And also, the big part of our discussion will be specific to all of our locations except Maine initially. We're looking at a rollout for those locations first and then Maine, because as you can imagine, Maine was built with collaboration in mind. So there's a lot more work that we've got to do to make sure that we can handle that safely. So with that, I'll turn it over to Terry and Kathy, and I'll chime in as well as needed.
Thank you, Tammy. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly go over the plan we've put in place as far as actually opening up to the public. We are currently in what we are considering our phase 2 during our library service, our library takeout service, and that has been going very well. But as you can imagine, people are ready to get in and select their own materials and use all the other resources in the library. So for our phase 3, what we are looking at doing is allowing customers into the building for up to 1 hour. And so that would be a way, one, to help with limiting the number of people in the building and getting more people in, so we don't have people lingering for long periods of time, and would have access for more customers to come in. So during that time, our staff would focus on really providing access versus a lot of up close and personal assistance. So customers would be able to go to the stacks, select their own books, use the computer. We'll have 1 hour computer sessions available. If people have placed holds, they can, of course, select their holds off the hold shelf, and we will be encouraging people to use our self-checkout machines. But of course, we will have staff at the information points for people who do need assistance, but any assistance we do offer would need to be socially distanced. And as Tammy mentioned, we do have some challenges with staffing due to a number of retirements, also some vacancies that were in place back when the pandemic and malware attack happened. But thanks to Manager Davis, we're moving forward with being able to reopen some of those positions and get some staff in so we can expand our services even further. But we are looking at open hours to be from 2 to 6 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. On Thursday, we are wanting to offer some evening hours to help those who may be working till 5 or so. So we would be open 3 to 7, and then on Saturday, 10 to 2. Library staff would still be working on Mondays to help prepare as well for the services we're offering, but we'll keep library takeout work going at main library. So that would be one area that people would be pulling holds and things like that for that service that would continue. So they will be working on Mondays as well. And of course we would provide printing and all of those services also. And as we get positions filled, as it becomes a little more safe to do so, we would then move into our phase 4 of operations, where we would provide open access to the buildings 11 to 6 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And that's the same hours that we currently provide takeout service. Thursday, again, we will provide some evening hours. We would do 11 a.m. to 7, and then 10 to 2 on Saturday. And as Tammy mentioned, we would have main library on a different schedule, but we are anxious to get that building open. There are still a number of things to do to get prepared for that. But around this time, we would also be hoping to have main library opened up to the public. And of course, then from there, the next phase would be to offer our normal service hours. And of course, that depends on what's going on with the pandemic and being able to have all of our positions filled to be able to staff that. We do have a community engagement and outreach plan that would run concurrent with these phases. Our staff will continue to do contactless delivery and pickup of books with a lot of our existing partners in nursing homes, facilities, daycare centers, and those kinds of things. We also have the Techmobile that will be out in the community, providing printing service, also some service to computers, especially on nice days like today. We can have a laptop set up outside the vehicle because it does have a Wi-Fi radius, and of course people can come to the vehicle just to connect to the Wi-Fi as well. Our staff are also participating in food security deliveries, so they'll continue that. And again, as things kind of open up with the being safe as far as the pandemic goes, they will increase their services, and once it is safe, be able to return back to doing in-person programming offsite, delivering books into the facilities, but that is a ways down the road. Our staff in the libraries, we also are exploring the possibility of doing some very limited outside programs. Of course, that would have to fall under all the current guidelines. So we do want to experiment with that some as the weather improves and be able to provide that service. And I did fail to mention that we will continue doing the virtual programming that we've been doing since, I guess, around this time last summer, or year about. So it's been almost a year we've been providing the virtual programs. So I'll now turn it over to Kathy. If there's anything, Kathy, you would like to share that I probably missed in all this.
I think you caught most of it. So certainly if there are any other questions, we're happy to answer, but I think you covered everything, Terry.
Okay, great.
Good job.
Thank you.
Rod, do you have anything you want to add?
The only other thing I add, Madam Chair, is that it's been a pleasure working with Tammy and staff. I've been invited to a number of different meetings and different employee events just to reassure and provide updates, and from high level to granular level. They do afford me the opportunity to review their plans prior to going live. And I've always thought that they've been very thorough, and they definitely do put a lot of thought into what they do. So I certainly support them as a part of our Goal 2 family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for the work that you do to take care of our community and our staff. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the one thing I did want to add was essentially this. We have a new award-winning library facility that we never had an opportunity to do our grand opening for. And Tammy and her staff have, in fact, been thinking about how we can pull that event together and, of course, win. So, Tammy, do you want to talk about that now, or would you like to hold off? You're on mute. Okay.
Yes, we are actually looking at a virtual grand opening for the main library. We know if we do it in the traditional sense that we would have hundreds of people that would want to show up, and we cannot do that at this time. So more details coming on that as we plan that virtual opening. And we would, of course, make sure all of the commissioners are involved and invited to that.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay, anything else? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dara, for the presentation, and also Terry. I've just been amazed at how I know every single department head has come up with their own ways that they have pivoted and adapted and been flexible and still providing services and taking care of staff. I've had the opportunity to see that up close with social services, being on that board, and it's just been amazing to see how, Ben is the director, and all of the staff have come up with all of these ways to keep functioning. Well, as one of my follow-up questions, Dara, to your presentation was, I noticed some of the discussion about lunch, and I was just thinking about, because we all know that's when people take off their masks, right, to eat. And I was thinking, we have so many, now that the weather's getting nice, we're so fortunate. So many of our buildings have beautiful places outside, and just that thinking about eating outside even being maybe a safer place for people to be able to go and eat their lunch. Has there been any conversation about that?
That's a very, very good question. We have been giving guidance to how you leverage doing things like lunch and drinking when you have to remove your mask. We haven't yet encouraged individuals to take advantage of those outside workspaces, but we have encouraged them to limit the number of people in the current break spaces. So that means that you have to have that schedule and you rotate people in and out of those spaces. And so whereas some of the break rooms, it may be only one person per table, and the tables are social distance apart, or if you have an office, utilize your office. Eat in your office while you can close your door by yourself and be safe in that environment, and no one's having to be exposed by you either. So leveraging those different thinking. I know we do have employees that sometimes express that they miss seeing each other, they miss getting together with lunch. For those who are remote, we can have lunch in a virtual setting. I get my food, you get yours. We can cut on our cameras and have lunch together. So it's about still always having that lens of staggering and creating that distance. And we will absolutely encourage the employees, now that the weather is nice, to make sure they take advantage of some of those wonderful outside spaces that we have.
Thank you. And I was thinking, maybe this isn't a concern, but you hear a lot of talk about the types of filters in the HVAC systems. I know Durham Public Schools had to put a lot of effort and money into upgrading their filters. Was that something that we had to do, or were our filters already the MERV, whatever it is, for the air filters?
So that's a great question as well. So in the actual guidance for safe workforce operations, there's a section in there around the work that General Services actually did on circulation of air. And I can turn it over to Sean, who may be able to speak to that a little bit more. But that was done very early on to address those systems. And then if there were anything, they needed additional items to be able to accomplish that, to get that accomplished. So employees could, be safe in those environments. So I'll turn it over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Dara. Yeah, so as far as the systems, we did change the way the air flows through the buildings. We maximize the amount of outside air brought into the buildings and minimize the amount of air that is recirculated through the buildings to try to bring in fresh air and a lot of air changeovers. As far as the filters are concerned, yes, we run all MERV 8s. There are some facilities that have MERV 13s, which are a little more, restrictive, catch more of the pollutants and stuff. So a lot of the facilities wouldn't allow us to put the MERV 13s in just because the units that they go in didn't have the right size trays for the filters to fit, or it was going to cause too much of a restriction on the airflow of the filters and the units just wouldn't operate correctly putting those filters in. So we do have the MERV 8s, which are recommended. The MERV 13s are the ones that if you can use them, we do. But there aren't a lot of facilities that have the MERV 13s, but we do run the MERV 8s in all of our facilities. And then in our preventative maintenance, we've upped our change outs of the filters as well in all of our buildings. Instead of doing quarterlies, we're now doing at least monthly checks. And if they need to be changed out, we're changing them out monthly rather than quarterly.
Thank you. And I was also wondering, do you know what percentage, maybe Kathy, of employees that are now either fully vaccinated or are going to be, at what point? Just wondering where we're at with that.
We made it known to all employees that there were opportunities to get vaccinated on 2 days in March, I believe. And for Director Jenkins can chime in as to what he may know as to how many took advantage, but we did not track how many took advantage of that opportunity. And we are not tracking those who have been vaccinated because we have no way of gathering that information without asking, which is considered personal health information.
Madam Vice Chair, we did offer about 3 solid days consecutive for county employees. Of course, we still offer opportunities for county employees to come and get vaccinated. Over the course of those 3 days, it was approximately about anywhere from 500 to 600. But we do know that with this being a vaccine without borders, a lot of our county employees have gone all over the place to get their vaccinations. As Kathy has said, we are ever so careful not to violate HIPAA and asking that question, but I feel most confident that a lot of our employees who, for lack of better terms, divulge their information by saying, hey, I went this place, I went that place. A good majority of our employees have gotten their vaccinations. Those who are hesitant, those are the ones that are coming to us now, pretty much saying, hey, sign me up or whatever have you. But I think Durham continues to lead the way, and we do have our employees who certainly want to get back to some semblance of normalcy.
Thank you. And I just want to follow up on Commissioner Alam bringing up the libraries. That's definitely the one area that we've heard the most from the community about people being anxious to be able to get more services. And I think it's really important with the schools reopening and then the summer learning program for our families and our children being able to do that. And then also for people who have to find new jobs, being able to use the computers and get support through the library is really important. So I'm glad to hear that the phase 3 is happening. And I guess wondering what the timeline looks like for getting to the phase 4. What is the projection for that? When does the phase 3, I guess the phase 3, when is that going to start?
We are looking at phase 3 tentatively starting late April And then we would have the GACE phase 4 after that, based on how successful it is, and looking at the numbers again related to COVID, and continuing to stay in contact with Director Jenkins to see if there's something different that we're needing to modify with that. And I'd like to also take this opportunity to recognize all the library staff that have worked so diligently for library takeout, providing lib chat, providing the virtual programs, and the many other things that we've continued to provide. From the outside looking in, it may appear as if staff have not been working extremely hard, but they have been really, really dedicated to doing all they can during this time. And at the same time, handling the emotional stress for them and their families as they're experiencing COVID-19. So just wanted to recognize staff for that and thank all of the commissioners for your support during this time as we move into the next phase. And also to be mindful that we are working closely with staff to bring everyone on board with this. As you can imagine, there are staff that are still afraid of what the next steps bring. So we are taking extra care to have conversations with them and to help staff be comfortable, because without them being comfortable, we can't get to opening the doors for the public to come in. So just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you so much, Tammy, and let them know how much we appreciate them as well. We appreciate their work, we appreciate their commitment, and we know it's not easy. So thank you.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, if we can move on, commissioners. And thanks staff for their report on this as well. So our next item, commissioners, is the review of the commissioners' directives, 0226. Are there any follow-ups regarding previous issues directives from the commissioners? Drew, our Chief of Staff, will lead this discussion.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Sure.
Great. Chair Howerton already asked the relevant question. I think we're generally fairly up to date on the directives. I've been working with Monica to kind of review minutes and make sure that we've gotten past directives correct. So I think I'll just stop there and see if there are questions. I know that at least one commissioner has had trouble clicking through on these links. And again, even if the link that I send out by email doesn't work, if you have ever clicked through to a document, it should be available when you log into Office 365. It should be available there under shared, sort of a shared with me tab over on the left-hand side. But in any case, we will keep trying to iron out the technological glitches, and but I'll stop there and see if there are questions about any particular directives.
Any questions or concerns? Looks like, Drew, you get off easy today.
Hey, I'll take it.
Thank you for your hard work, Drew.
Yeah. Okay, that was the quickest item we've had today. So now we'll move on to commissioner comments. So this time I'd like to open the floor for commissioners' comments on conferences, since we haven't been to any conferences, or other issues or concerns for the board members. And as a reminder, each commissioner has 3 to 6 minutes if they would like to speak. And I'll start with Commissioner Alum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. As you mentioned, I haven't gone to any conferences or anything.
No, I know.
I do want to just take a moment of using my time to really uplift the recent work of the workers and organizers of the Duke Press Union. Right here in Durham, we have one of the leading university presses in the world. And this is because of the years of expertise that the DUP staff bring to the table. So I'm proud and in awe of the strength and the resilience of the workers' union by coming together. They are proving once again that unity and organizing is the workers' greatest asset. and they're fighting right now for the conditions and wages that they deserve. Labor organizing will leave an impact beyond the Duke press room, and the people of Durham County as a whole will benefit from their work. So I really want to thank the Duke Press Union. Right now, they're standing up for policies that should recognize workers as whole people, striving to lead full, healthy lives. And so I really want to take this time to stand with them and urge Duke University and Duke University Press management to recognize their union and enter a collective bargaining process. I would also like to use this time to highlight House Bill 354, introduced by Representative Majid of Charlotte and Mecklenburg, which is striving to increase the scope of current hate crime protections to include gender, gender identity, gender expression, ethnicity, disability, and sexual orientation, while creating new felony charges for assaults that are hate crimes. As we continue to see a staggering rise in hate crimes, like especially recently in Charlotte, a man wielding a metal post trashed a Korean-owned convenience store while yelling racial slurs. And so I want to take this time to ask our state legislature, how many people must be attacked and how many people must we lose for us to stand up and do what is right at the state level?
Thank you, Commissioner Lum. You reminded me of years and years ago when I was up at Duke with Durham Can, and we were fighting for $15 an hour. I've almost forgotten about that. It's been so long ago. But thank you for bringing those things to us. Thank you. Commissioner Burns?
Netta was going to mention this one. There's a conference today. She joked that she was going to have 1 hour on one camera and 1 hour on the other one. So North Carolina, you remember the biotech? Yeah, it's right. And so, but then we realized, I don't know, I guess somebody made a comment earlier about being an elected official. We're all elected officials here. So Netta and I both knew that we didn't need to shun our responsibilities. But if the county commissioners get an opportunity, North Carolina Biotechnology Center is doing some great work around workforce development. There is a conference going on, if I'm not mistaken, as we speak. I'm getting some nods. And the PowerPoint presentation, it has actually been, I actually have seen it. I do want to see the whole thing. It is phenomenal, and it aligns greatly with a lot of the work that the Bulls initiative that we discussed earlier today. And I think if we can take some time out of our very busy schedules just to go back and look at that, I think it will be helpful as we seek to, get some synergy around this work. I'm so happy that she also mentioned Nassif Majid's bill, because I was going to do that, but you did an excellent job. So I don't have to back that up. I do hope that we can all work to stop some of the hate, some of the subtle bias, and really listen when people say, this is what you just did, and not say, I didn't do this or feel attacked, because you did exactly what we said you just did. And maybe sit and listen and center yourself around that space and just be quiet. The other thing I want to point out, Rod Jenkins does great work, and I reached out to him, and I know that we have about 60 different sites. I know we get a lot of questions about the mega sites, but we have 60 sites, approximately 58, 53, 60 sites that operate. But last week, myself, along with Commissioner Howerton, had the opportunity to watch some of our local individuals take a step forward. I've said it on here, and nobody is blind to this fact. Nobody on this call is blind to this fact, that sometimes when it comes to the public health of people of color, there's just a level of mistrust. I mean, I'm an educated woman, I'm a professional woman, and I cannot tell you how many times, I've gone to the hospital and I might have had a tumor and they told me that I had allergies, because people just don't listen. And so sometimes you have to take it upon yourself to create other spaces. So I want to take this opportunity just to congratulate Jason Williams and the War for Life initiative with his Facts Not Fear, Media Toolkit. and he saw a need. So we do have a lot of centers, but it's hard for people to get to centers. So what he did with his nonprofit is he went out and got mobile units. He actually jokingly said to me one day, it was on a Monday, he said, I'm going to get a bus. And on Wednesday, he had like 3 buses. He had 3 buses. And they recently did a press conference, and they're going to travel, not just in Durham, primarily in Durham, but around the state. So the individuals and communities that lack transportation actually have a place to come and get the vaccine when they can't get to one of those centers. So I just wanted to uplift that. And also, you know, I know we're supposed to do this to talk about conferences, but we should highlight some of the really great things that are being done in the community by people who are not being paid to do it, not being asked to do it, but are nonetheless dedicated to eradicating this horrible virus. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a few, share a few comments and then some questions. I don't know if anyone had a chance to attend the Grow with Google webinar that took place last week, and it was really mind-opening for me. I did not realize all the different programs that Google is offering to communities, and obviously our community with Google expanding here. But I just encourage everyone to go to the Grow with Google website, because they're encouraging nonprofits and other partners to partner with them for certification programs, for job programs. After I attended it, I sent emails to a bunch of people in the community to see if they knew about it. I reached out to President Buxton about it. So I think there's just a lot of exciting opportunities with that. And the next one is going to be April 14th. And so when I get information about that, I will share that out with everyone. The other thing that I found really exciting was, and I'm sorry, my dog is barking, that the guided pathways that Durham Tech has just launched. Really exciting, 6 different pathways that they are doing. What's one of the things that we've asked for so long is just making it really clear, for our Durham Public School students, their parents, to see, if you want a career in healthcare, or if you want a career in construction, or in, biotech, what we were discussing, exactly which classes do you need to have? And then once you get to Durham Tech, and then if you want to continue on to universities. So I really encourage everybody to check that out. I'm so impressed with what, President Buxton and Durham Tech is doing, and how we'll be able to link up with our high schools and with NCCU and Duke as well on the other end. One thing I had a question about, and I couldn't hear very well, was just, Mr. Manager, if you could tell us what were the community projects that we ended up submitting to Representative Price. I know we had a meeting last week and it was a quick turnaround, but wondering what Durham County did submit for this new opportunity for earmarks.
The application that I signed last Friday was some special set aside money for EOC construction. I think that was $1 million submission. And then Deborah, I think she's on, she can perhaps talk about the others.
Good afternoon, everyone. The ones that I heard that we were working on were in the area of youth works, and that was from Jacob Dolan, who is the consultant with OEWD. And the other one, I believe Drew may know more about this one. We were going to do something in the area of pre-K. And those were the ones that I heard about, in addition to the one on the Emergency Operations Center.
Just a little more detail, if I could, on the Durham pre-K one, is a proposal that I'm not sure why we're getting that reverb. I don't know if I'm the only one getting that. in any case, it's for an online learning platform that program Durham pre-K teachers, program directors, and parents will all be able to take advantage of if in fact it's funded. Obviously, we won't know for probably 8 months what proposals will be funded. I think we'll know sooner than that which ones Congressman Price is actually submitting. And also a quick thank you to Chair Howerton, who along with a number of the rest of us was working on Friday, putting her signature, and Monica as well, working to get signatures on letters of support to go in with these various applications. That was helpful.
Well, just know, Commissioner Jacobs, they were coming in hot and heavy, that people were working. It's like, this is another one, is another one. We'd have to, I'm sure Drew will get a list of them and get them to you at another time.
Okay, well, that just not for me. I mean, for the whole board. Thank you.
Well,
that would be great.
He'll share it with the whole board.
Okay, right. Thank you. One issue that didn't get discussed in the Bulls initiative was the need for some type of micro transit solution to get folks to Trayburn. And so I do hope that we will have something that really comes forward to us related to access to the jobs at Trayburn. This has been an ongoing conversation on this board about how people, can't get to those jobs. And I really hope that we will get, some suggestions on how we can move that forward. I think that's going to be really important. And the other issue I just wanted to bring up was related to the ARA funding. I just, I want to make sure that is really, that we have the opportunity for our board to weigh in on it. I know that New Hanover County already has actually approved a plan for their $45.5 million worth of ARA funding, and includes things like infrastructure for affordable housing, support for school nurses and mental health counselors, and small business assistance, rental assistance, actually mortgage assistance. So they already have a detailed plan that they are actually approving. And so I just want to make sure that, our board is going to have an opportunity to weigh in on that plan, and especially related to our budget priorities that we discussed in the budget retreat.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
I continue to struggle with this agenda item. I'm sorry, to me, it just feels like a placeholder on the agenda to talk about whatever and not call it an agenda item. And it feels a little risky. I feel like a slacker for not saying anything. Therefore, I will say one thing. It will be coming to all of our attention at some point in the near future, I think, a potential change in our ordinance dealing with feral cats, something that is a policy issue that we don't often think about, but because the county, one of their essential services is animal control. This is a topic, it's pretty controversial actually, and I think it will be coming forward. I know that the Animal Welfare Committee is doing a lot of work on it right now, and they will be bringing that to us. And if anyone has any questions about that before then, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. And just to respond to you, this was a decision that was made before I became the chair. This was a board decision that gives commissioners an opportunity to talk about things that are not on the agenda, to acknowledge something, to bring up something, or is a space holder for things that are not within that category of things that we talk about all day long. So it was not my decision. It was a board decision that happened years ago.
I never voted on it, Madam Chair. I don't think we ever had a chance to vote on that. I think there's a lot of reasons why it's not a good idea, and I would have brought those forward, but
Commissioner Carter, it was voted on. Before you came on the board, it was, and so so if you're insinuating that I put this on, it was already a part of our agenda. So at some point, if the board decides that they don't want to do it, then it's a board's decision.
I do tend to learn a lot, Commissioner Howerton, if I could. There are other boards that do it. I mean, I've seen it, statewide. I've had to sit in on a lot of board meetings, I've had to report. And I do think it's, Commissioner Jacobs just gave us an update about a webinar. The conference that Netta said that she was going to attend, she didn't get to mention it, but I got a chance to. I think it's a good thing if we can, because we only get to do, announcements during regular session. I don't think it's, and I hear you, and this is not directed at you, but you brought it up more than once, and I've never talked to you about it, and I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it offline. But I don't use this as an opportunity to shoot shots at people. You didn't use it as an opportunity. One, I care about animals. I think Commissioner Jacobs, I don't know if she picked up I heard a dog bark. I think she might have picked up a cat a second ago. I seen it, something jump over her. So now, and you brought up something about cats that, some of us might not be thinking about. So, I think in 3 minutes, if there's something going on in the community that we can't get to Wendell Davis, or we can't get, because the three of us, we're not in on agenda setting. We can turn stuff in, but that's Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Howerton. And if there's something that's going on at a HOA, or if there's a really great conference that not just we need to know about, but maybe the community needs to know about, I actually think it's a good thing. And what I would hope, and maybe this will help dissipate, some of the fears, that each commissioner just challenge themselves to not, and I will put that charge on myself because I know how I get when I get offended. We put it on ourselves to use this as an opportunity to not take shots at one another and to just highlight things about the community. And I think if everybody can accept that charge, then I don't think that this should be something that should be fearful, but should be something that the community can say, oh, my commissioner told me about this great thing that I didn't know about. That's all.
So thank you, Commissioner Burns. I do have a couple of things for the public understanding. I want to clarify a couple of things regarding our policy about the attorney and Bob, the consultant. And this is what the attorney Seiler said, and he reached a conclusion about bringing in consultants. And I've just seen so many statements written about that. I want to just kind of clarify something here. After the attorney talked to the School of Government, and they recommended that we go outside and find someone else that they prefer not to work with us.
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be more appropriate to discuss any of that in closed session? I think some of that may even be on the agenda. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just going to mention a couple of things that have been discussed publicly. That's all. And I'm not going to get into any legal stuff. Just the fact that the policy was mentioned, our RFP policy. And what happened was number 5 was not mentioned publicly. We talked about the 1 through 4, but we didn't mention number 5. And the attorney was attempting to work to get what we needed reading number 5 of the policy. And when we put out half of the policy and don't go with number 5, then it just kind of skew, because number 5 talks about, and the public has these things, so I'm not putting out anything that's not already out. The number 5 talked about if it was emergency or sensitive issues. So our attorney was working from that perspective. So one of the things that that I did, since he's not here, was look to see what else could we do around consultants. Now, I know that the commissioners recommended that we bring back 2 others, and I think Commissioner Carter said that. So what I did was I talked to a couple other consultants so that we don't delay the training that we have said that we wanted. So I sent those emails to you, commissioners, for your input on what would you like to do. Now, I sent you 2. One is the Center for Creative Leadership, and the other one was Renee Enterprise, is that?
Redwood.
Redwood Enterprise. So I sent those to you for your discretion to review, watch, look at the capability statements, and for you to decide what you would like to do. So I'd like to hear from the board if any of that was of interest. If you want to just not pursue this, I'm only trying to assist this board. So, Commissioner Elam?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for stepping in to look into those more contracts and more training facilitators. So I saw that, so with Redwood, we had received a statement from them. It was like of their past work. And I know you and I were able to have a deeper conversation about this. And I'd really like to see us move forward as a board of considering the options that you brought forward, as well as the Bob group that was brought forward before. What would be the next steps for us to engage in?
Madam Chair, again, with all due caution, I would think that these matters would be discussed in closed session.
We have been told that there's no statute to discuss training. So that's why I'm bringing it up now. If there's no statute for us to discuss training, how do we do that? Yes, Heidi.
Well, this has turned into an agenda item of discussion, but since it's here, I also want to echo Nita and just thank you, Brenda, for taking this on yourself. And it's a hard thing to figure out, and I appreciate the extra effort you're putting in around it. I really mean that. Rather than us trying to sort of hammer out a scope of work or something here now, not really preparing for a full discussion, would it make sense maybe to, I'm not sure who would contact all of us, the attorney, maybe, whoever you all think's appropriate, each of us individually, and ask what are elements of the training that you really want there to be included? What's really important, do you think? What's parts of the scope of work would you like to see in this training? And then, we would be ready to answer that question. And then the attorney could consolidate all of our suggestions and requests into a scope of work, maybe that could come to us then at that point, or be put out for an RFP, or whatever the official process is after that. But as far as thinking about how we weigh in, that, I don't know, I guess I'd offer that up as a possible way of having us all weigh in on it, how we would like to be trained and what we think needs to be included in the training. What would the scope of work be?
So I'm not asking what you'd like to see in the training. The only thing that I'm asking, and Commissioner Lom too, is that if it's one of those companies that you're interested in, then we give directions to the attorney. I turn it over to the attorney. I'm out of it. Turn it over to him. and let him pursue it. I've done, I've had 3 companies that I have talked to in the last month or so. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the attorney. If this is one that you think you're interested in, allow the attorney to pursue it. If not, then it's,
Commissioner Howerton, I try to stay silent because I have found that anything that I vote on, everybody else votes against. And that has been the practice. But I think what we could do is put all of your ideas together, and this is just a solution. So I'm speaking, we could be talking about sweet potatoes, and this would be my solution. I would suggest that now that some of the homework has been done, that we just move forward with the procurement process as was suggested. I would also argue that because I know last time you were unfairly criticized for just, giving us something, and that wasn't the case. And then you've done the research again alone. What I don't want to happen is this kind of sort of roll up this, tit for tat, where she did all the research by herself and she didn't ask anybody. So I can understand you asking now, and now we have on tape that you did ask everybody, right? Because that, for some reason, nobody believed you or I when we said that we had it for a month and 4 days. So I am happy. I do understand why you're doing this, but I think just moving forward with the legal procurement process, with the county's procurement process at this point, and not even talking about who we met with and who we didn't meet with, because what happens many times, especially with Black people, especially with, and I'm just being very honest, it's almost like we have tainted the process. That's why I have not said anything about it. I'm happy that Commissioner Long met with the individual. I was too afraid to, because I knew as soon as my hands touched it, it would say, oh, these Black hands have already talked to this group. Like, do not work with them. And that is what we're getting from the community, that don't let any of the Black people talk to any of the folks. And that has resonated, and folks know that I'm right. So I just want to make it clear that my silence on this issue is I'm trying to protect the purity of this process. And I do hope that what you could do would be my suggestion, a marriage between something that Commissioner Carter said and Commissioner Long said. As we sit here and look at this scope of work and we talk to Mr. Darby, that we email it, but you put a date on it. You put a date on it, because we're now 4 or 5 months in, and it'd be Wednesday or Friday of this week. And that's everybody's opportunity to put in what they want in this scope of work, and let that be the guidance. So now we have paper, we have public proof, we have paper proof that everybody's done it, and then they can move along with the procurement process. But I don't think we should have this discussion any longer. And I hope you're not offended by that, because every time we talk about it, it takes on, the public has to write 10 letters. The newspaper has to write 10 letters, and then it looks like everybody on here is smart, educated. We have bought things before. We have contracted before. Let's move forward with the process, because we are not doing the work right now.
So thank you, Commissioner Burns. My only intention here is for to unify this board. It is my only intention, because the community deserves this from us. They deserve this from us, that we be able to unify and work together. That is my only intention. And we did not net, Commissioner Alon was on the phone. There was no conversation about how it would look, nothing like that. It was just a conversation for possibility. And we just said, we'd bring it to the board and let them decide. So it wasn't anything that I chose to do. So I'm going to move on. When President Biden talks about building back better on our board in the community, this is a time for us to build back better, find ways to work and reimagine how to rebuild and work with our families and within this community. And that has been my only intention here. And I'm going to leave it right there. So we want to make sure that we want to thank Durham for watching and holding us accountable. So we've got a closed session coming up.
Chair Howerton, I didn't get a chance to discuss the issue at all. Could I just make a comment, please?
Sure.
I just wanted to try to, I don't know if we kind of got to a summary point, but I do want to thank you for the two suggestions that you made. The Center for Creative Leadership. I looked at their website, you suggested them, and they look like an incredible organization with a lot of experience, a lot of research-based, best practices. And then the suggestion that Commissioner Alam had brought forward, the Redwood Group, I looked at their capabilities and the creative work that they've done. They both look like great options. I think my question is more related to process, and I would turn to our attorney, Attorney Darby, to help us with that. I think that Commissioner Carter has made a good suggestion, maybe as a next step. I personally, before we got any proposal, had made some suggestions to Attorney Seiler about process. And I think communicating is really important. So I'm glad that we are taking a step back to communicate about the process. And so maybe, because I don't think we got to a ending point here, just want to clarify what is going to be our next step. And, are we going to ask Attorney Darby to maybe, help us come up with a scope of work to then put out for RFP? I just don't feel like I know exactly what we're doing, because I think we all want to move forward with training. We have good options now. We have 3 options, possibly maybe more, if we put it out for an RFP, but just trying to get clarity on what our next step is going to be to move forward on this. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, Attorney Darby.
You hit the nail on the head when you said clarity. At this point, and of course, I'm in an unfortunate situation stepping in, but that's what I need. In order to move forward, I need clarity. I need to make sure that at least a majority of the commissioners have agreed to do a certain thing. And then once I get that, then I can move forward with confidence that I'm bringing back to you exactly what you all wanted.
Thank you, Attorney Darby. How that will work out, I have no clue. So you make a recommendation, Mr. Attorney, how you want that to work.
Mr. Darby, can I jump in?
Yes.
This is, if we were talking about purchasing a computer, we would not be on a phone call saying, I like Microsoft. I mean, I like Dell, I like Lenovo, and I like Apple. Like, we wouldn't have that conversation. This is why I don't say names. I'm trying my best to help everybody on here by saying, please stop saying names and stop having conversation. Some of y'all nodding your heads. I'm saying it because I know how much you all like to tank things. What I would suggest is we get the scope of work together and just give it to the attorney. Now, we did that last time and it was tanked. I'm asking everybody if maybe this should be the direction. By Friday at 5 p.m., turn in, because everyone in here is in agreement we need to do training. So you already got your majority there. We've said it too many times. Everybody by Friday, turn in what you think we should be working on. He builds the scope of work and he puts the RFP out. We cannot continue to say names on this phone, on this call. That is what tanked it the first time. I'm not saying that to any one person, but that's why when I don't say names on this phone. On this call. So that should be the next step. Defining what the scope of work is, getting the scope of work to the attorney developing the RFP. We're looking at the RFP and we putting it on the street. That's it. This is easy and we're making it hard.
You're exactly correct, Commissioner Burns.
So can commissioners agree to do that by Friday? Is that a consensus? All right, there's a consensus to get that to you, Mr. Darby, by Friday.
Thank you.
All right, so the closed session The board is requested to go into closed session for the following: to discuss matters related to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiations pursuant to GS 143-318-11A4. To establish or to instruct the public body staff on negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating, number one, the price and other material items of a contract or proposal contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. The amount of compensation and other material terms of employment contract or proposal employment contract pursuant to GS 143-318-11A5. C, to qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employment or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by the agent by or against an individual public officer or employee pursuant to GS 143-318-11-6. And D, to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to pursue the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to GS 143-318-11A3. Wow. Okay, we will move into closed session. Do I need a motion to move into closed session?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Lum. Roll vote, please.
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
I think she jumped.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. We're moved into closed session. Thank you. Come on, where's my?
Good evening. I'm sorry, good afternoon. Can I get Jane Corris, Curtis Massey, and Perry Mans to go ahead and call in? Curtis, if you are on this line, it is okay for you to now call into the closed session. No, my camera open. Commissioners, we have all 5 commissioners on the line. If you guys would like to go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
We have met in closed session. We've given staff directions. We have given the attorney directions. So Monica, do we have to take a vote on that one?
No, ma'am. I think he's coming back. So no, ma'am.
Move to adjourn.
Mr. Darby, I thought he said we have to take a motion on the attorney.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. He's actually coming back with information once the attorney says yes or no and provides pricing.
All right. So we will adjourn.
It was moved by Commissioner Carter, second by Vice Chair Jacobs. And I can do a roll call. Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. We are adjourned.